Hello, people. Welcome back to the OCM Botcast. I'm your host, Chad Marco, and today is episode 29. We're getting up there towards 30. So hope you guys have been enjoying the Botcast so far. We're going to make it bigger and better and more awesomer over time. Who is we? Anyway, so today's episode is called The No Approach. So if you guys remember, I did a night walk vlog where I was talking about, I was addressing the whole, that old saying that it's a man's job to approach women. And I went on a little rant about it. And I feel like I gave a good account of myself. But I wanted to go more in depth on this particular issue. Hence the name, The No Approach. The infamous Chad Marco No Approach. Because if you don't know, when it comes down to approaching women, it's broken down into like different categories, like the code approach, which means that it's a random girl that probably doesn't even notice you, and then you go up and you try to talk her up with the intent of eventually dating her. And then you have the warm approach, which is when the girl is giving you signs that she might be interested, and so you only approach girls who give you IOIs or choosing signals, as we say in the hood. And of course, there's the new Chad Marco No Approach, where you do nothing. But yeah, we're going to basically just talk about this whole phenomenon of men approaching women and women approaching men, and the whole idea that it's a man's job to approach women. Obviously, I don't believe that. But so we're going to go really in depth with that particular topic. That's the main topic of today. And we're going to have a lot of fun. I guarantee it. I got articles. I got anecdotes, all kind of fun stuff. We're going to have a great time. But before that, I always give you guys a little bit of my personal life before I get into it, like kind of what I'm doing and whatnot. And, I'm still working on the drill music mixtape. In fact, after I get done recording this, I'm going to finish editing a new song for it. I hope to have it out by the end of the month, probably after my birthday. And don't forget, my birthday is June 23rd. I'll be turning 30. Oh God, saying it out loud is like, whoa. Oh, well. But anyway, I'll be turning 30 June 23rd. So I'll be officially a wizard, a 30-year-old virgin. And so we're going to celebrate that on my birthday, June 23rd. I'm not sure if I'm going to do it like June, like start the stream June 22nd, the night of, leading, and then count down to 23rd, or if I'll do the stream on my birthday, like the night of the 23rd, or I might do both. But make sure you guys check me out. I'll have more information ready as we lead up to the date. So it's like 2 weeks from now, so get ready for that. In 2 weeks we're gonna have the Chad Marco Wizard stream. I'm so excited, man. I've come so far in this journey of virginity, and we're just getting started. But yeah, what else is going on? Yeah, just same old. I'm enjoying my summer. You guys should know by now, I love summertime. I'm enjoying the heat. Man, I haven't been doing a lot of running because my ankle is still fucked up from last year. But I've been like working out in my backyard, in the blazing heat under the sun. I've been really enjoying this heat. I've been enjoying the sunlight. I've been enjoying the clear skies. I've been having a lot of fun this summer so far. I hope you guys are doing the same. I love summertime so much. I'm soaking it up. I'm trying to enjoy it every day because it only lasts for about 4 months and some change. It's like 4 months and some change, and it's just really starting to kick off. But man, it's really hot. The heat is crazy right now. In my part of the earth. So without further ado, we're gonna we won't have a thread of the day because I think the main topic topic is probably gonna get very lengthy, and there's a part where I have like different posts and anecdotes that I picked up from Reddit. So that's kind of going to serve as the thread of the day, more or less. So there won't be a specific thread of the day. And we will have a OC block, but it's going to be kind of limited. I'm just going to like just play the songs out and then move on. So it's pretty standard episode, just a few changes here and there. But before we get started with the news, you guys know we have the Buddha quotes with an S on the to start this mother off. Okay, hold on, let's see here. Buddha quotes of the day. I think I put I put a bookmark there. Okay. So the first one is this. As a builder of a city, when constructing a town, first of all, clears the site, removes all stumps and thorns, and levels it. And only after that he lays out and marks off the roads and crossroads, and so builds the city. Even so, the yogin, I don't know what that is, develops the 5 cardinal virtues with morality as his support, with morality as his basis. As a builder of a city, when constructing a town, first of all, clears the site, removes all stumps and thorns, and levels it. And only after that he lays out and marks off the roads and crossroads, and so builds the city. Even so, the yogin develops the 5 cardinal virtues with morality as his support, with morality as his basis. Yeah, that one kind of going over my head a little bit. But at a glance, it's the way I kind of interpret it. It kind of seems like the example or the metaphor of the builder and the city. It seems like they're trying to build like they're trying to compare it to like how a person might have to build himself as far as like your virtues and your morality, basically getting rid of all that's unnecessary, clearing out all the bullshit within yourself so that you can build a foundation of virtue and morality. Any Buddhists out there, feel free to correct me. Okay, so the next one is, if a man speaks or acts with an impure mind, suffering follows him as the wheel of the cart follows the beast that draws it. If a man speaks or acts with an impure mind, suffering follows him as the wheel of the cart follows the beast. I like that one because I've been hearing or seeing a lot of different texts and wisdom books and whatnot that talk about how everything starts in the mind. Everything begins in the mind. Everything that you do, like the actions that you make, everything starts within your mind. And so, as it's saying, if you act and your mind isn't in the right place, suffering is going to follow. And I think this summer, that's where that's something that I'm really going to focus on, is really monitoring my mind and where it's at throughout the day, and making sure that I'm feeding my mind positivity. I'm a pretty positive person as it is, but I think that, and really maybe positivity isn't even the right word. I think that I have to go beyond positivity and think in terms of productivity as well. You know, being positive isn't necessarily easy, but positivity doesn't always lead to productivity. And I think I'm going to try to like shift my mindset and the noise in my mind towards productivity. And positivity is a given with me, but more specifically productivity and really just going forward and trying to get shit done throughout the day. So that was the Buddha quotes of the day. It's hot as fuck in this room. I apologize about the noise. Let's see if I can move this mic a little bit. Okay, I'm not sure. I apologize about the noise. My laptop, for some reason, is deciding to, its fan is deciding to go kind of crazy every now and then. So it might be a little bit of distortion in the background. I apologize about that. Certainly, I'll deal with that in post-production. So now we have the news as we get into this episode. Uh, hold up, I'm pulling it up. Let me see. News. Okay. So I have to talk about this because this was easily the biggest event in America of within recent time. The Robb Elementary school shooting. Yes, what is this, like the fourth or fifth school shooting or mass shooting that I've covered on this podcast? But damn, this was another very serious one, another very tragic one indeed. So I wanted to talk about this for the news segment of the day. Yes, the Robb Elementary school shooting. So I'm going to pull these articles. I'm gonna pull this information straight from Wikipedia because I'm lazy. But I'm sure it's gonna give us all the information that we need to cover this. So let's get right into it. So the Robb Elementary school shooting. On May 24th, 2022, 18-year-old Salvador Rolando Ramos fatally shot 19 students, 2 teachers, and wounded 17 other people. Damn. I knew he killed 19 students and the teachers, but wounded 17. God, he was not fucking playing. At Robb Elementary School in Uvalde, Texas, United States. Earlier in the day, he shot his grandmother in the forehead at home, severely wounding her. Outside the school, he fired shots for approximately 5 minutes before entering unobstructed with an AR-15 style rifle through an unlocked side entrance door. He then locked himself inside a classroom, killed 19 students and 2 teachers, and remained there for around 1 hour before a member of a United States Border Patrol tactical unit fatally shot him. This was the third deadliest school shooting in the United States after the Virginia Tech shooting in 2007 and the Sandy Hook Elementary School shooting in 2012, and the deadliest in Texas. Law enforcement officials have been criticized for their actions in response to the shooting, and their conduct is being reviewed in separate investigations by the Texas Ranger Division and the United States Department of Justice. After initially praising first responders to the shooting, Texas Governor Greg Abbott called for an investigation into the lack of action by incident commanders. Police officers waited 78 minutes on site before breaching the classroom to engage Ramos. That's not a good look. Police also cordoned off the school grounds, resulting in violent conflicts between police and civilians who were attempting to enter the school to rescue children. Afterwards, local and state officials gave inaccurate reports of the timeline of police actions and overstated police actions. The Texas Department of Public Safety acknowledged that it was an error for law enforcement to delay an assault on Ramos' position in the student-filled classroom, attributing this to the Uvalde Consolidated Independent School District's police chief's assessment of the situation as one with a barricaded subject instead of an active shooter. So that's a very bad look. That is a very bad look for the police officers that were involved. This guy's in there straight killing kids and shooting people, and you were outside on site, but like over an hour before breaching the classroom to engage. Oh my God. That is crazy. Wow. And the crazy thing, and another thing about it that stands out to me is that he was killed by a member of a United States Border Patrol tactical unit. That means that he didn't kill himself. A lot of times, like, these motherfuckers, they'll kill themselves because they don't want to face the consequence of getting shot all up and shit. So they'll either surrender or they'll kill themselves. Rarely do you see them go out in the blaze of glory like that. I meant, well, blaze of glory, like, I shouldn't say that, but you know what I mean. Didn't Elliot Rodger, didn't he go out like that too? I don't think he shot himself, or did he take pills or something? I forgot, but I think Elliot got shot. He got killed, right? I got to go back and look that up. I got to do a whole episode about that guy. What am I doing? Okay, let's continue. Following the shooting, which took place only 10 days after the 2022 Buffalo shooting. Oh yeah, and just briefly, the 2022 Buffalo shooting was when this was a completely racially motivated shooting, by the way. It was when this white guy, I believe it was white, he went to a grocery store or something and he shot a bunch of black people. It's real silly demonic shit, but let's continue. Wider discussions ensued about American gun culture and violence, gridlock in politics, and law enforcement's failure to halt the attack. Some have advocated for a renewal of an assault weapons federal ban. Others criticize politicians for their perceived role in continuing to enable mass shootings. Republicans have responded by resisting the implementation of gun control measures and called for increasing security measures in schools, such as arming teachers. They also expressed concerns about the politicization. Whoa, that's a tongue twister. Of the shooting. Some Republican senators, including Minority Leader Mitch McConnell, expressed an openness for a bipartisan agreement on gun reform, such as incentivizing states to pass red flag laws and expanding background checks for gun purchasers. So this is obviously a big issue in America is gun control and whatnot. And that's one of the reasons why I really wanted to talk about this, because this isn't just about another motherfucker going postal and killing a bunch of people. That happens too regularly for it to really. I mean, look, this is news, but still, I hate to say it, but it's such a regular thing. But one thing that concerns me is when people say, when people talk about things like a ban on like assault weapons, specifically the AR-15. What concerns me about that is when you look at shootings like the Virginia Tech shooting in 2007. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe didn't he have like 2 handguns or like 3 or 4 handguns or something? He did. I don't believe he had an AR-15 or anything like that. Correct me if I'm wrong. I'll go back and fact check, but I don't believe he had an AR-15 style rifle. And he was, and I think he was able to kill more people than Rolando, who had an AR-15. And he still has one of the highest body counts as far as mass shootings in the United States. And he had straight, from what I remember, he had straight handguns, pistols, Glocks or something like that. And I know you're not going to start talking about banning those. But that's why whenever people talk about banning assault weapons and AR-15s, I always think of the Virginia Tech shooting. He went nuts with some handguns. So it's not as if you need the AR-15 or assault weapons to do these types of shootings. I think the issue with AR-15s though is that I believe that you don't need a permit to buy them. Like those type of guns, you can just buy straight up. Cause I recently put in a application to get a handgun permit. And see, in my state, North Carolina, you have to, in order to have a handgun, you have to get a permit. But I can go ahead and buy a rifle or a shotgun. So I think that's kind of the issue that I see as far as like these rifles is that you don't like, there's no period or waiting period to get it. Like these types of guns, you can just buy straight up. Again, I'm talking about like my state. I don't know how it is in Texas, but I know in my state, you need a permit to have a handgun, but I can go buy a shotgun tomorrow just like that. So let's continue. So the shooting. On May 24th, 2022, Salvador Rolando Ramos and his 66-year-old grandmother had an argument over a phone bill at their home in Uvalde, during which he shot her in the forehead before taking her Ford pickup truck. She survived and sought help from neighbors while police officers were called in. She was then airlifted to a hospital in San Antonio in critical condition. Using his Facebook account, he sent 3 private messages to a 15-year-old girl from Germany whom he had met online prior to the shooting. The first to say that he was going to shoot his grandmother. Damn, you kind of snitched on yourself there. A second to say that he had shot his grandmother. And a third, about 15 minutes before the shooting, to say that he was going to open fire at an elementary school. A spokesperson for Meta, the parent company of Facebook, said the posts were private one-to-one text messages discovered after the shooting took place. Of course, you got to say that because people going to say, well, why didn't you do something about it? It's like, look, man, you want privacy. This is what privacy means. Ramos crashed his grandmother's truck through a barricade and into a concrete ditch outside Robb Elementary School at 11:28 a.m. According to police, he wore a tactical vest for carrying ammunition, which did not include ballistic protection or armor insert panels, a backpack, and all black clothing, while carrying an AR-15 style rifle and 730 round magazines. He brought into the school only one of the two rifles that he legally bought and left the other in the crashed truck. A witness said he first fired at two people at a nearby funeral home, both of whom escaped uninjured. Police reported receiving 911 calls about a vehicle having crashed near the school. After hearing of the 911 call, a school resource officer drove to the school's campus and pursued a teacher who they erroneously believed to be the gunman, driving past the actual gunman in the process. You guys, you're not looking good over here. In fact, it's looking very bad. Ramos entered the school through his west-facing entrance door, which had been shut by a teacher who had seen him. The door did not lock, despite being designed to be locked when shut. UCISD's police chief estimated that the shooting began at 11:32 a.m. According to a Facebook post by the school was placed in lockdown at 11:43 in response to gunshots heard in the vicinity. After entering the building, Ramos walked down two short hallways and then entered a classroom that was internally connected to another classroom. A survivor of the shooting said that as teacher Omar Garcia attempted to lock the door to the classroom, he shot the door's window, then backed Garcia into the classroom and said goodnight as he shot and killed her. Another survivor recounted that Ramos said, "You're all gonna die," after entering the classroom. This is some dark demonic shit, goddamn. He then opened fire on the rest of the students and another teacher in the room. According to a surviving student, Ramos played sad music before the shooting began. All of the fatalities, including the students and two teachers, were located in the fourth grade classroom where he locked the door. The majority of the shooting occurred inside the building within the first few minutes. Ramos was in the building for 40 to 60 minutes while armed. Police remained outside the classroom and building. So it makes you wonder how much they could have prevented if they immediately went in there, because he got busy quick. He didn't waste any time. So I wonder if even if they did barge in there, like we got to go in Navy SEAL style, would they have been able to prevent any deaths? Multiple students played dead while the shooting took place, including one student, 11-year-old Maya Cirillo, who smeared herself with the blood of one of her dead classmates to give credence to the subterfuge. That's fucked up. And God, just to think of a 11-year-old having the mind to do something like that, to think, oh man, let me put blood on myself and pretend to be dead in this fucked up ass like situation like that. Oh, for her to even think that, to come up with that idea, an 11-year-old. I mean, it's really it really fucks with you. According to a student who hid in the adjoining classroom, Ramos came in and slightly crouched down, saying, "It's time to die," before opening fire. Afterwards, a responding officer called out, "Yell if you need help." A girl in the adjoining classroom said, "Help." Ramos heard the girl, entered the classroom, and shot her. Oh, God. Like that. See, this is... Oh, God. What do you think? You know, I'm thinking that these guys, I hate to say it, but they were probably scared to go in there. They were, and look, it's easy for any one of us to judge these men for acting for being cowards in that situation, Because I'm not going to sit here and say I would have been G.I. Joe and dive through the window and threw a smoke grenade and did a barrel roll. I'm not going to sit here and act like I would have been in there like it's Rainbow Six, Spec Ops or some shit like that. But the fact is, I think these guys, they were scared. To do like, what the fuck are you asking? Do you need help? Did you not hear screaming and gunshots? And like, do you not get what the fuck is going on? Like, that sound like something that a scared motherfucker would do. Like, do you need help? Help! Bah! Like, that sound like some scary shit. The student said that the officer then barged into the classroom. Okay, well, you give him that amount of credit that he did it, like right afterwards. He heard it and was like, I gotta go in. I'll give him that. But that to start off like that is almost like she sacrificed herself for this motherfucker. And Ramos fired at the officer, causing more officers to return fire. Officers arrived 4 minutes after Ramos entered the school and attempted to make entry, but they retreated after he fired into the school. Officer and attempted to make, but the officer not so. They retreated after he fired at them. God, it's just, this is one guy, and y'all. That's what I'm saying. It's easy to judge from the comfort of my mom's laundry room, but damn, man, I guess real life ain't like the movies, because then, or maybe it is, because this one guy was able to shut down a whole squadron of police officers on some Die Hard shit. Perpetrator. Born on May 16th, 2004, in North Dakota, Salvador Rolando Ramos was a resident of Uvalde and a former student of Uvalde High School. He did not have a criminal record or any documented mental health issues. However, he had previously posted violent threats online. According to his classmates and some of his friends, Ramos had a stutter and a strong lisp for which he was often bullied. He frequently had fistfights with classmates, occasionally with boxing gloves that he carried around with him, and he had few friends. Goddamn, he was ready. Shit. He was scheduled to finish high school in 2022, but his frequent absences made his graduation unlikely. He eventually dropped out of school. Ramos' social media acquaintances said he openly abused animals such as cats and would live stream the abuse to Yubo. Other social media acquaintances said that he would also live stream himself on Yubo, threatening to kidnap and rape girls who used the app, as well as threatening to commit a school shooting. Ramos' account was reported to Yubo, but no action was taken. Up until a month before the shooting, Ramos worked at a local Wendy's and had been employed there for at least a year. According to the store's night manager, he went out of his way to keep to himself. One of his co-workers said he was occasionally rude to his female co-workers, to whom he sent inappropriate text messages, and would intimidate co-workers at his job by asking them, "Do you know who I am?" Ramos' co-workers referred to him by names, including school shooter. Oh, damn. That's kind of, that's like, I mean, that's scary accurate looking back at it, because he had long hair and frequently wore black clothing. A year before the shooting, Ramos started posting pictures to his Instagram account of automatic rifles that were on his wish list. According to a friend of his, he would often drive around at night with another friend, shooting at strangers with a BB gun and egging cars. According to a man who was in a relationship with Ramos' mother, Ramos moved, or was it Ramos? I think I'm just getting it. Ramos, kind of late, but let's go. Ramos moved out of his mother's house and into his grandparents' house 2 months before the shooting, after an argument broke out between him and his mother over him turning off the Wi-Fi. People close to Ramos' family described his mother as a drug user and said he frequently argued with his mother. 2 months prior to the shooting, he posted a video of himself on Instagram aggressively arguing with his mother and referring to her as a bitch. Ramos' mother described her son as not a monster. Oh, don't they all say that? But admitted that he could be aggressive. I think he's kind of a monster. I mean, if he's not a monster, what? Damn, like his grandfather said that his grandson did not have a driver's license and did not know how to drive. Okay, according to his father, Ramos had a girlfriend who lived in San Antonio. On May 14th, Ramos sent a private Instagram message reading 10 more days. A person responded, "Are you going to shoot up a school or something?" He replied, "No, stop asking dumb questions. You will see." Oh my God, this is crazy. According to the Texas Department of Public Safety, in September 2021, Ramos asked his older sister to buy him a gun, but she refused. On May 17th, 2022, a day after his 18th birthday, he legally purchased a Smith & Wesson semi-automatic rifle from a local gun store. He purchased another rifle 3 days later. Ramos sent an Instagram message to an acquaintance he met through U-Boat, which showed the receipt for an AR-15 style rifle purchased from Georgia-based online retailer Daniel Defense 8 days before the shooting. He posted a picture of two rifles on his Instagram account 3 days before the shooting. Ahead of the shooting, Ramos had purchased 1,657 total rounds of ammunition, which included 375 rounds of 5.56 NATO ammunition purchased on May 18th, 2022. A total of 315 rounds were found inside the school, consisting of 142 spent cartridges and 173 live rounds. Additionally, a total of 922 rounds were found on school property outside the building, consisting of 22 spent cartridges and 900 live rounds. So, man, that was a mouthful. But this guy, I got to talk about this too, because this was funny. I remember when this first happened, and the pictures came out of him. A lot of people thought he was a tranny or something. They thought he was like some tranny in like early transition, because some of the pictures he took looked kind of like tranny-esque, I just got my HRT pills, whatever the fuck you take to transform into a female. And that was kind of like the first description of him. And I remember that. And it seemed like now that's kind of died down. I guess he wasn't a tranny. But the information that they have about him now, he does have a lot of the signs of someone that would do something like this. When you look at the stutter and the lisp, right? So like me, I have a slight, I have a bit of a stutter. I still have to be conscientious of it so I don't be all over the place, right? But I don't know what a stutter could be a indication of as far as like your mental, like is that a sign of autism or Asperger's or something? I'm not sure. But he was bullied and he was fighting with classmates, right? That's a sign. Dropped out of high school. That's okay. That's bad. Openly abused animals, cats, is like, okay, that's another red flag. Like that's serial killer 101, like torturing animals. Threatening to shoot up a school. I mean, that all right, red flag number. For people to call him straight up school shooter and shit. I mean, his vibe, that says a lot about his vibe and how people perceived him. The inappropriate text messages, being aggressive towards people, posting about the guns. I mean, just so many red flags. But one thing about it, they did say that he have a girlfriend, and I often say most of these guys, that one thing they have in common, like they don't get pussy. That like let's face it, most of these guys who do shit like that, they struggle with women. Now, him having a girlfriend though isn't, I don't know, because it's like he had a girlfriend, but she lived in San Antonio, so it's like how close were they? Was he hitting it? That's still up in the air to me. I'm not completely sold on that. I'm not completely sold. His dad, he said he had a girlfriend in San Antonio. I don't know, but I'll buy it for now. But that's one of the signs though. Like most of these guys, they're not very successful with women. But now what stands out to me the most though is how they said his mother was a drug user. And that he would frequently argue with his mother, move to his grandmother's house. And hold up. Let me see. I just want to confirm real quick. Because didn't they say according to a man who was in a relationship with Ramos's mother? See, that's what I was right. No father in his life. Mother is a drug user. And we're gonna talk about this next because next is the gun control part of the article. But I just want to touch on this right now because we always talk about this as far as like, how do we prevent these sort of things from happening? And I'm not completely against some form of gun control, but generally speaking, I'm pro Second Amendment. I'm pro gun. And what I believe is the problem with these types of situations is that I feel like we look at things from the wrong angle. It's like we're looking at it from, okay, the guns being available, but we're not looking at what causes someone to turn into the type of person that would do something like this. Because even if he didn't have access to guns, who's to say that he couldn't have found another way to express the evil that was festering inside of him, the evil that manifested inside of him, the things that who's to say that he couldn't have found another way to express? Back in the day, you would just do some John Wayne Gacy, Ted Bundy type shit, just start killing people off the random, getting your body count up over time. Now it's like they just try to get everything out the way. But I'm just saying, you don't need a gun to get a high body count. Now is all right. Now is different. I will admit now is different because of like technology and phones and cameras everywhere. Like it'll be hard to pull off some Ted Bundy shit nowadays. I will say that, but it's not impossible to really get it going. Like I think didn't Elliot Rodgers stab like 2 or 3 people to death before he even got started with the gun? So it's not like, and then of course the whole Bianca Davis situation, she got her head almost cut off by this dude. Certainly it would prevent like, it could prevent a high body count. But it's not going to stop these people from committing heinous acts of evil. And that's my primary concern. My primary concern when I look at stuff like this is what happened to him. What happened to him that contributed to him being the way that he was? What was his experiences? What was he exposed to? What did he lack? That's what I look at when I look at things like, Sandy Hook, or what's that real famous one that happened in Colorado, I think. God damn, I forgot. God, it's on the tip of my tongue, but you guys know the one I'm talking about. Like the most famous school shooting, the 2 guys, Tim and Eric, or so, I forgot their names. I'm sorry, I forgot the name of that one. But that one, Virginia Tech. What's the other one that's right there? Elliot Rodgers. Like my concern when I always think like, what happened to them growing up that made them the way that they are? Fuck the guns being available. What's happening to people that's leading them to that sort of outcome? And if we're to make any sort of significant change, I think that should be the focus. more than anything else. And again, what stands out to me is that here's a young man, he didn't have a father figure. His mother was a drug addict. You know, his mother has boyfriends, and we don't know what type of men those guys are. Oftentimes, the boyfriends are just as degenerate as the mother. If she's a degenerate, he could have been a meth head or something like that. You know, and so that's what I look at. It's very rare when you look at most of these guys who do these mass shootings. It's very unlikely that you're going to see a normal upbringing. You look at Elliot Rodger, it's not a normal upbringing. Even though he had a father in his life, his father wasn't really there. He didn't have a connection with his father. He didn't have a connection with his mother or even his family. You know, he was very much a isolated recluse type of a person, you know. And I think what always stands out to me about these guys is that there's not, and I don't want to just blame everything on not having a father figure, but that's one thing that's almost never there, is that father figure that's there raising them and teaching them and having that connection with them. Like, that's one of the main things that's always absent when you see these mass shootings take place, is that there's a lack of connection to family. There's a lack of authority. There's a lack of normal, healthy upbringing. You know, I would be concerned more about the guns if Chad and Brad were the ones doing this shit. If it was Chad, you know, to mom and dad is a lawyer, mom is a doctor, or stay at home mom, and he was the star player on the little league team and played basketball, dated the cheerleader. If he picking up guns and shooting up schools, look, I don't know. I don't know. Maybe we do need to look at gun reform, but it's always guys like this. It's the weirdos. It's the outsiders. It's the neglected. It's the ones who didn't have a healthy, normal-ish upbringing. And so that's really what I'm looking at when I see these type of situations. You know, I'm like, what is it about our society and our culture that can mold a young man into being something, being someone who will even want to do something like that? So, gun control discussions. President Biden delivered a speech on the shooting and asked, when in God's name are we going to stand up to the gun lobby? His lack of a concrete plan attracted controversy from gun control activists. In a speech given on the night of the shooting, Vice President Kamala Harris reacted to the shooting by calling for policy changes to prevent similar shootings. Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer called for the U.S. to pass stricter gun control measures, and he urged Republican members of Congress to resist influence from the National Rifle Association, a gun rights lobby that Democrats have long blamed for Republican lawmakers' resistance to supporting gun control. The NRA-ILA's annual leadership forum on May 27th in Houston drew heavy criticism in light of the recent shooting. Former President Donald Trump, Governors Kristi Noem and Greg Abbott, Lieutenant Governor Dan Patrick, Senators Ted Cruz and Jod Cornyn, and Representative Dan Crenshaw were previously scheduled to give remarks. Cornyn and Crenshaw subsequently canceled their attendances, and Abbott announced that he would instead appear at a news conference in Uvalde and send pre-recorded remarks to the NRA convention. Daniel Defense, the manufacturer of a firearm used in the shooting, decided not to attend. At the event, Trump and other Republicans rejected gun reforms, with Senator Cruz blaming mass shootings on a cultural sickness based on video games and fatherless children. Well, he got something going, right? And instead advocated for arming teachers and redesigning schools to have only one entrance and exit. Gun safety advocacy groups such as Moms Demand Action and March for Our Lives, as well as local teachers, unions, Black Lives Matter chapters, the Harris County Democratic Party, and Beto O'Rourke protested outside the convention. And this is kind of what I talked about before, like cultural sickness, so to speak. And I think the fatherlessness is a big issue. I'm not going to completely just not say, like, I'm not going to completely not blame video games, but whenever I hear that, I can't help but scoff a little bit. If it is part of the issue, I think that it is only like a minor part of it, because we've had sick motherfuckers killing, shooting, stabbing, raping, like since God forever, even before video games. I'm pretty sure Ted Bundy wasn't influenced to strangle and rape women because of Pong, or what the hell was out when he was doing this shit. I don't. Yeah, I doubt Jeffrey Dahmer was inspired by Mario Bros or whatever the fuck was out on the NES back then. Like, I just feel like, and I know those are kind of different because they were more like hands-on serial killer types. But still, I mean, we look at like gang culture and shit like that. We've had like shootings are nothing new. So I question this whole video games being the problem narrative. Although I'm not gonna just outright say that it doesn't have some type of effect. But I'm not. Maybe I'm biased, but I'm not buying it. Top Texas Republican officials such as Abbott, Lieutenant Governor Dan Patrick, Texas House Speaker Dan Phelan of Beaumont, Attorney General Ken Paxton, Representative Tony Gonzalez of San Antonio, and Senators Cornyn and Cruz resisted the possibility of increased gun control measures. Abbott said that tougher gun regulations were not a real solution. Instead of gun control, many Senate Republicans called for increasing security presence in schools, limiting entryways into schools, and arming teachers and other school officials. Republican Senator Ron Johnson promoted the Luke and Alex Safety Act, a bill to create a national database of school safety practices, but was silent on whether he was receding from his long-standing opposition to universal background checks. Johnson's move to advance his bill by unanimous consent was blocked, with Schumer saying that the Senate was going to vote on gun legislation through consideration of the Domestic Terrorism Prevention Act, and that Johnson's proposal could be considered as part of that process. Senator Cruz commented that some politicians will politicize the shooting to push for stricter gun reforms. Users on social media accused Cruz of hypocrisy for accepting money from gun interest groups and for planning to speak at the NRA's annual meeting being held in Houston with Abbott and Cornyn. Oh, Cruz, you dirty, dirty boy. Manuel Oliver, a gun control activist and the father of a Stoneman Douglas High School shooting victim, issued a statement expressing his outrage and said that the families of the victims do not need thoughts and prayers of politicians. Instead, they need their kids. Several families of the Sandy Hook Elementary School shooting victims spoke out, with several calling for stricter gun control. Activist Fred Gutenberg, whose daughter was killed during the Stoneman Douglas High School shooting, also called for politicians to enact stricter gun control and expressed support for the families of Robb Elementary School victims. Gun manufacturer Daniel Defense was met with social media criticism in the wake of the shooting, including criticism of a since-deleted Twitter post made on May 16th depicting a child holding a Daniel Defense rifle, causing the company to make many of its social media accounts private. Why would y'all bitch out like that, though? I mean, dude, man the fuck up. Like, these some pussy motherfuckers. I don't give a fuck what side you on, but stand the fuck up, nigga. Shit. God. Damn. Take the skirt off for a second. Fuck. In a press conference during the 2022 NBA playoffs, Golden State Warriors head coach Steve Kerr expressed his outrage at the refusal of American politicians to implement laws on gun control, while the Miami Heat urged their fans to contact state senators demanding their support for common sense gun laws. The social media accounts for the New York Yankees and Tampa Bay Rays began posting facts about gun violence during a game in St. Petersburg, Florida. So, man, this is a heavy topic, and this is definitely something that I want to dive deeper into in the near future. The whole gun control discussion. Because I haven't thought too much about it. I'm born into a country with the Second Amendment, the right to bear arms. I'm used to us being able to own firearms. I don't own one myself, but I plan on getting one. But one thing that I've thought about, and this is why me personally, I'm pro gun ownership. I'm not anti-gun control. I'm pro-gun ownership because it's not a black and white thing. I don't think you have to be like, okay, everybody can own machine guns and nuclear bombs or take all guns away. It's not a black and white thing. I do believe in gun ownership for the average citizen, but I also believe that there has to be certain standards as far as like who can purchase them and background checks and things of that nature. But what I've thought about personally is just what it really means for the average citizen to be able to own a firearm. Like, that's no small thing. And and maybe this makes me sound like like some old white Republican, but I'm being serious when I say this. And I thought about it, like, I feel like the Second Amendment is one of the greatest expressions of our freedom as a people, because we have not relinquished the right to defend ourselves with adequate force relevant to the levels of force that are available to people in the modern world, right? We have not relinquished that and said, okay, big daddy government, protect me. Here's my gun, daddy, protect me. Protect me, daddy government. You have the guns. You have to protect me. Because that's what it is. That's what it is. We're not responsible enough to have guns. Big daddy government, you handle it. We're not. We can't handle it. We can't handle self-defense on that level. You take care of it. And I think the more you do that, and it's not just with guns, it's so many, because I think even when you look at the vax situation of yesteryear, seemingly, that's kind of similar, where it's like, I can't make up my own decisions as far as like my medical decisions. You take over. You dictate what I put in my body. Big daddy government. Big daddy. Ooh, please. Big daddy, wear my back out with your vaccine. I know I'm being funny, but that's really what it is. And that, when I realized that, it made me appreciate the Second Amendment all the more, and I think that, these shootings, they're tragic, they're unfortunate, but I think that something that people have to really think about is the price of freedom and what it means. Because I think that people have a tendency to want comfort and safety over freedom. Like, just we don't want the responsibility of, because that's kind of what it is. We don't want the responsibility of being free to make these kind of serious decisions, because when you have higher levels of freedom, that comes with higher levels of responsibility. And when that responsibility is not taken care of, you have situations like this, right? And let's just for hypothetically, let's say that what could have prevented him from doing this was just having a good father figure in his life. That's where someone is not taking responsibility. You didn't take responsibility for your child, for your son as a man. And now the freedom that he has to purchase a gun at 18 has turned on innocent children and adults. And this is what I'm saying as far as like the balance of responsibility and freedom. And I think that's what people have to understand. Is that, now I understand it's like you can't have absolute freedom, like, okay, no traffic laws, no laws at all, right? But it's a balancing act of rules and regulations and freedoms and whatnot. And the gun one is big. I think I think people really underestimate and undermine what it really means for the average citizen to be able to own a gun. Like, that's no small thing. That's major. That's major freedom. And just for a second, I'm going to put on my tinfoil hat. I let it be known, because I don't have all the facts. I don't know everything. I don't have, like, I'm a dude in his mom's laundry room, right? I masturbate in here. So, but I'm putting on my tinfoil hat. And this is the whole conspiracy thing, right? Because you look at Australia, for example. Australia is a country that the citizens were able to have guns, and then they gave their guns up. They gave up their firearms. And then you look at what happened during the pandemic, where people were, they had some of the most harsh enforcement of vaccine mandates, or would-be vaccine mandates. They had some of the worst enforcements of, like, lockdowns and not being able to go outside and having to wear masks. And they even had, like, little camps and shit for people who had COVID or weren't vaccinated. And you had people literally having their skulls cracked, and old ladies knocked down and pepper sprayed in the face because they were protesting that they wanted to go outside. And you didn't see that in America. You wonder the fuck why you didn't see that in America? Because niggas would have got shot. That's the fuck why. And when I see stuff like that, when I look at how, when you look at, like, the peak of the pandemic madness, the peak of the pandemic fuckery, and you look at America and Australia just as two examples, one with guns, one with no guns, and you look at how it was drastically different as far as, like, the government putting its foot down on people's neck. Again, people skull cracked in the middle of the street. Old lady, like, it was crazy, bro. Like, I ain't forgot that shit. It was wild. Like, it's kind of crazy how now it's all getting swept under the rug. But that shit was really wild, dude. But you know, that would have never happened in America. And that's what I'm saying. Like, you cannot undermine the value of what it means for us to own firearms. Yeah, it sucks. It's tragic that this shit happened. But you know what? It's tragic that people die in car accidents every year. Do we give up cars because people die? Do we give up airplanes because planes crash? Do we give up everything that could potentially be problematic for people, that could kill people, you know? And again, it's a balancing act. But me personally, I do believe in gun ownership for the average citizen. But it's like, it's one of those things where it's like, just bad shit is also gonna happen because of it, and you kind of gotta accept that. But it's like, do you give up the responsibility and freedom of being a free man, of being a free woman, because bad things might happen? You know, and I think that's the conversation that people got to have with themselves. That's the conversation that people got to have. That's because to me, I think that's what I see when I see this whole conversation, this whole debate about gun control. Because again, it says so much about our country that we can own firearms. It says a lot. It's not the, you know, that is big. That's huge. Who knows the type of shit we'll be going through if we didn't own fire. The government always knows, no matter what, these people have guns. I know Biden was talking that shit about, oh, the military got this and the military got that. But like someone said, or somewhere, look at Afghanistan, look at Iraq, motherfuckers out there in the damn caves and shit with AKs and grenades. They did a good job. They didn't have the technology and the military force of America, but they did a good job putting up a fight. Goddamn, that's all I'm saying. But as far as like on the other side of gun control, again, this is me just talking without knowing all the facts and not having really dove into this particular subject deeply. So forgive me if I'm misguided in my way of thinking. But as far as gun control, the things that make sense to me are things like background checks, right? Not selling guns to people who've been in mental hospitals for like serious shit. You know, not like, oh, he was cutting himself at 16 or something. I'm saying like mental hospital, this nigga crazy, schizophrenic, tried to strangle his granddad. Like them types. Obviously, no firearms for felons, you know, stuff like that makes sense to me. Background checks, I don't see the issue with stuff like that. But what I worry, and again, this is the conspiracy, this is the tinfoil hat, because this is the conspiracy, is that like this is a way of like it's the damn, what the fuck you call it? What is that shit called? Oh god, it's on what is that shit called? Hold up. Give me a sec. It's gonna kill me if I don't remember it because it's so. Hold up. Damn. The slippery slope. I'm sorry. It slipped my mind, but it's the slippery slope that worries me. Because it's like. It starts with stricter gun control laws, right? That's because, and again, this is conspiracy, Chad Marco. I got the tinfoil hat on. This is conspiracy. But if there is a force, a power in the world that seeks to take power and strength and freedom away from the average person, you can't do it overnight. Not in the modern world. You have to be smart about it. You do things gradually, and you amp it up from there. And so the conspiracy is that all of this talk about gun control, like now they're saying, okay, we just want stricter gun control, but over time it's gonna get stricter and stricter and more limited and limited, and before you know it, we're looking like Australia, leaking in the middle of the street. What does Coach Greg Adams always say? Leaking in the street. We like Australia leaking in the street. And again, that's the conspiracy. That's the conspiracy side of things. That all of this gun control talk is they're trying to sell you on it. Like, okay, look, we just want strict. Look, just give us an inch. We just want an inch. And then they take a mile. That's the conspiracy. And I'm not, look, again, I don't have all the facts. I'm just, I'm just in Alex Jones mode right now. I don't know. But that's what kind of worries me is that sort of slippery slope situation happening where we give up a little bit at a time. And before you know it, you're out of the door. Like they backed you up a couple steps, and you kept stepping, and before you know it, you out of your own damn house. That's what I worry about. But that's the news for today. There was another shooting too in a hospital. This one was kind of crazy though, because when it happened, like they stopped talking about it real quick because. And I think it was because of the reason why. And I don't mean to make light of it, but I was like, damn, like that kind of makes sense. But was it the Tulsa hospital shooting? And I think there were like 3 or 4 people that got killed. It was a black man that did it. And guess why he killed these people? His objective was to kill the doctor who performed back surgery on him and basically made his situation worse. And he was like, fuck this, I'm killing this guy. And he just happened to kill anyone else who got in the way. But this guy literally went on a little mini mass shooting because of a back surgery going wrong. And it just shows how bad having a bad back really is. Goddamn. But dude, rest in peace to all the people who died from these senseless killings. It's crazy, man. It's a crazy world. I look, if anything, I gotta get my gun faster. Like I ain't waiting on gun control. I'm getting a gun. So I hope you guys enjoyed that. Next we're gonna have OC, and then we're gonna have the main topic. So stay tuned.
Wine from your toes to the eyes, reflecting the brightest jewelry. I flicker for sport, return sparking a tinderbox upon the sleeve and arm. A heart for riddle like cinder block, no bitter parts, littered and scattered. I'm more like figure the pattern. You with it from a distance, the infinite chatter, your majesty a meadow, an unmistakable melody. I'm aiming this ancient venom at the dome piece, hopeful dependency. The world at the mercy of little earthquakes. You serve well as bookworm, but more just like a butterfly in the first place. Yet you seek the light and see the right things and teach the peace of mind I find at your speech, despite the occasional gloom and melancholy. A quality all life offers, to contrast for harmony. Silly as I act, I know it's stupid. Truth be told, need you to know that few as good as you is. You down out on what I say, it's my mistake. I'm wide awake, it's morning, and all is in its right place. A guide about how to disappear completely feels versus real, starring Kierkegaard and Nietzsche. Cascades of diamond gems, heard a loud crash. A static television, motion picture soundtrack. Scarlet swimming pools, tower blocks and pyramids. Outsider landscapes, Dawnwood images.
Is there something about the things I do that makes you wanna stay inside? That makes me wanna sing to you. It's alright to take your time, as long as I can tell you to. It's hard for me to say what's right whenever I'm away from you.
That take me twisted, standing, living human sideshow curiosity. I've lasted centuries and all it's formed a fog to me, I'm petrified. A vision standalone to none, you're depicted in the catacombs of Rome. And know the status that rose among your influence. I'm witnessing an infinite array of symbols from that crimson tinged bloodline. In mirror golden sunshine, I'm old, you're stuck wise, what a curse, I'm immersed still just in the worst way. You are perched, nested in your firm faith, a birthplace for hope, a token of the timeless. The mortified state of things in 40 decades of silence, rip the the pages spineless, rip the pages finicky. I shatter after all, stricken deaf and dumb for disbelief in Christian ministry. Play a major role for mercy, and me claim the gospel, praise, prayer, and maternity. No hostility or temper, I'm all love and brittle tender. Depart the tempest, and now you Mother Mary's mentor. Abstain all appearance immoral, religious odyssey, never clung to the immortal. Ungodly or apologies, don't follow shadow, sorrow, ash the arrow, light the candle. No hollow life enabled, you lead me by example. I'm rosy cheeks, your voice and the tone it speaks. I've hoisted it the best I can, devoted to this, reflected in bad poetry. So Rosemary, at your feet a vision, divinely sewed cloth, vitality magnificent.
I stay focused on my job, I can't worry about you. I stay focused on my job, I can't worry about you. You ain't on the same shit as me unless I gave it to you. I'm doing me, so don't compare me to how they would do you. You think I'm doing wrong, gon' let them strangers do you. Little bitch, I'm big blessed, thank God, hallelujah. Hallelujah, she a prostitute. She be teaching, turning bitches out and prostitute them. She a demon, she a dog, and she be dodging bullets. I shoot my shot, you know I had it cocked before I pulled it. Watch me take off, I don't take a break off, unless it's on my cake off. I flow like a river, they could barely get a lake off. Oh, you know I been this shit and I can't get the stank off. Come see what I'm made of. I don't make out, I just make off. I'm about to act up and break a leg off. Now get your head on before they take your head off. I'ma do it moving for you hear it, I done sped off. I stay focused on my job, I can't worry about you. I'm making big deals, fuck a bitch feels. I stay focused on my job, I can't worry about you. I live a high life, nothing but highlights. I stay focused on my job, I can't worry about you. I'm making big deals, fuck a bitch feels. I stay focused on my job, I can't worry about you. I live a high life, nothing but highlights. You be stressing less if you just focus on your blessings. I've been listening what you've been through to get through's impressive. But don't get caught up in your head and liking your progression. I'm never shuffling my feet, little bitch, I'm big stepping. Come here, baby, walk a mile in my shoes. You might get yourself a sense of what some styling could do. You might execute the shit you used to kinda could do. I know that practicing make perfect, so do Iverson too. I hit that code up and I go up hitting buckets. You dance around the subject, but you driving and you shucking. I'm tired of your bullshit, you should go and find a husband. Be honest with yourself, baby, if not me, who you trusting? Lil' bitch, I'm bussin', who thought I wasn't? You gon' feel my hits and get the leaning like you tussin'. I don't skip a beat, I eat the beat, baby, I'm grubbin'. Look, I ain't got the time to lie to you, ho, I be hustlin'. I stay focused on my job, I can't worry about you. I'm making big deals, fuck a bitch feels. I stay focused on my job, I can't worry about you. I live a high life, nothing but highlights. I stay focused on my job, I can't worry about you. I'm making big deals, fuck a bitch feels. I stay focused on my job, I can't worry about you. I live a high life, nothing but highlights.
Okay, so I hope you guys enjoyed. About this goddamn door. I hope you guys enjoyed that OC. So next we have the main topic. And today we're going to be discussing the cold approach, or the warm approach, or the no approach. But more so that old saying, it's a man's job to approach a woman. We are going to question that today. Right? Is it really a man's job to approach a woman? And we're going to dive deep into this particular subject. We're going to jump into these waters with our fingers pinched across our noses and just sink into it. Yeah. So buckle up. We are going in. So let's see. Where should I start here? So let's start with the definition, right? Let's start with the definition of a cold approach. So, of course, I get these from Urban Dictionary. So, the code approach. To approach and start a conversation with a total stranger, usually with a romantic intention. John has some huge balls. He just goes up to girls he doesn't know, tells them they're cute, flirts a bit more, and then gets their number. I wish I could code approach like that. So right here, even with this definition, it kind of plays into the machismo aspect of code approach, right? Like, oh, you got to have balls to do it and this and that, and right? And I'm not saying that's not the case, because a lot of guys do have like approach anxiety and shit like that. But I do think and this is just my opinion, but I think the amount of merit people attach to talking to girls, the code approach, I think it's so overblown. I think just because a lot of guys have an anxiety about it, it doesn't mean that it's really like some super brave thing to do. And like to me, like I could easily if that was my concern, I'm not saying I wouldn't be nervous, but it would be nothing to put, like, that's such a thin barrier to push through to get the job done. Like, it's so easy. That's why I just feel like this the machismo attached to it is just so overblown, if you ask me. And so here's the warm approach. Approaching a person through a social circle as opposed to code approach, usually used for dating terminology. Danny depends too much on his social circle for meeting women. He only does warm approaches. And so, just kind of go off topic a little bit. A lot of guys nowadays are struggling with dating and women, and they want to know, like, how do I meet girls and whatnot? And then the most common response is going to be like some form of like code approach. But I think what a lot of guys lack is really a social circle for meeting women, just as it says in this definition. Because really, I don't even think most people meet their girlfriends or boyfriends through code approach. I think I would bet that most couples probably get together through social circle. And when I say social circle, it can even be just at work, it can be at school, or just your particular group of friends. And see, I think the reason why that's such a good method to partner up is I believe it kind of naturally it naturally breaks down the what do you call it? It naturally breaks the ice. Cause and we're gonna talk about this more. There's so much ego and expectation attached to who approaches who first. Like it's really this silly fucking game. And there's the anxiety side of it for men. There's the ego side of it for women. And I think the good thing about the warm approach or meeting people through social circle is that it kind of bypasses a lot of that. If you happen to work with somebody, you don't have to code approach them. Like, y'all kind of forced to work together and interact and help each other. And so there is no ice to break through. It kind of breaks naturally through forced interaction. And then if there's chemistry, it's pretty apparent, or at least it should be apparent quite quickly if you guys have any sort of chemistry. You feel it, she feels it, and it kind of shows itself in your interactions. You can kind of tell by the way she's responding to you, like, oh, this girl might like me. And that's kind of that's really the value of of having a social circle with women in it. And the warm approach is that you get a chance to get to know someone, engage their reaction to you, and kind of get a better sense of how they feel about you, and then make a move instead of going in completely cold. But those were the definitions. Now, you guys know I hate that saying it's a man's job to approach a woman, but obviously that's kind of this golden rule that's been passed down for God, who knows how long. And so next, we're going to check out this article by the Modern Man website. Now, this is a guy, whoever wrote this, he's obviously a firm believer in that saying that it's a man's job to approach the women. And I think it's important to get this perspective first before I kind of try to debunk it. Like, let's really get into this particular perspective on this subject, because I think this article is just such a big example of how people feel about men approaching women and the idea that it's your duty, it's your obligation, and the reasons that are often attached to the act itself. So let's look at this first. Get my reading voice ready. So the art, now I kind of jumped around a bit, so bear with me, but we're gonna get most of the important parts. So this part says, why don't women approach men? We might be now living in a time that is a far cry from the hunter and gatherer world that our distant ancestors lived in. But when it comes to the basics of sexual attraction, not much has changed. Modern women still want men to have the confidence to approach them, rather than women having to be ballsy enough to approach men. Women still want to be the chosen one rather than the one who does the choosing. Why? Well, it comes down to survival instincts. A woman's attraction to a man is directly linked to his potential to survive, thrive, and protect her. It's often difficult for guys to remember that we're literally living on a planet in an apparently infinite universe of possibilities. Down here on planet Earth, life has always been challenging for humans, and there have always been threats to our survival personally and as a species. Despite all the progress that humanity has made, we are still often just a natural disaster away from basic survival. So right here we already got some of the juice, right? So modern women still want men to have the confidence to approach them, rather than men having to be ballsy enough to approach men. Women still want to be the chosen one rather than the one who does it. And see, that line right there is important, because that's going to feed into what I talk about later. Women still want to be the chosen one rather than the one who does the choosing. Ego. Ego is a defining part of my argument. And what I found in just life and researching this is that when it comes to women not wanting to approach men, a lot of it is that female ego of feeling like I should be pursued, I should be chased. Now, the sentence before this, modern women still want men to have the confidence to approach them. I think I'm not gonna say it's bullshit, but I think it's less important than the latter. It's like this whole idea of it being a confidence test. That's what I'm challenging. I think that's a load of bull for the most part. I think the latter part about being chosen is much more important than like, okay, I like him, but he has to prove himself that he's the Come on, but let's continue. Just because everyone is showered and wearing nice clean clothes in bars, nightclubs, cafes, and shopping malls, it doesn't mean that they can't be forced back into basic survival in an instant. It's highly unlikely that a natural disaster is going to strike your city tomorrow, leaving you cut off from food, power, and water and having to fend for yourself. But it is a possibility. Even though women never talk about these things, it is the possible threats to her survival that really drive her attraction for a man. Essentially, are you the sort of guy who can stay strong, be smart, and survive when things get rough? Or are you the type of guy who would have trouble surviving amongst alpha males? If you suddenly had to approach people and make friends and alliances in a basic survival situation, would you be an alpha male that other men respect, or would you be ignored, pushed around, and taken advantage of? Would she have to make alliances with people because you lack the social confidence to approach and talk to people? again, it's highly unlikely that you would be put into that position in our modern shopping mall society, but it is a possibility, and at the core of a woman's attraction for a man is her instinctive analysis of his ability to survive should shit hit the fan. Women instinctively know that they need to find a mentally and emotionally strong man who can handle the challenges of life. However, if a woman approaches a guy herself, she can't be sure whether or not he would have been confident enough to approach and talk to her on his own. So let's reverse and try to, pinpoint certain parts that are important here. Okay, so even though women never talk about these things, it is the possible threats to her survival that really drive her attraction for a man. And I think this is absolutely true. I think obviously looks are we ain't gonna talk about looks here. We already know looks are important, right? But the good thing about being a man as opposed to a woman is that we can demonstrate attractive qualities outside of the physical. And one of those is simply being a strong, capable man. Being someone who's capable of survival in difficult situations. That's attractive to a woman. That's admirable to other men. So this is absolutely true right here. Women being attracted to, a man's survival capabilities. Are you the sort of guy who can stay strong, be smart, survive when things get rough, and survive amongst alpha? Again, that's another good point right there. Again, how do you mingle amongst other people, right? How do you? It's like it's the social hierarchy game, right? Where do you rank amongst the males? Are you the beta, the gamma, the omega, the sigma, the alpha? I don't know. They add new ones all the time. So again, this is another good point. And if you suddenly have, but this is kind of where it goes off the rails a little bit, if you ask me. If you suddenly had to approach people and make friends and alliances and whatnot, and again, this makes sense, right? If you got to go out and if it's desperate, can you socialize? Can you interact with people and whatnot? Again, this is something that's important, right? But this is kind of where it goes left. If a woman approaches a guy herself, she can't be sure whether or not he would have been confident enough to approach and talk to her on his own. And see, I think this is where it becomes a stretch when you ask me. Like, if a woman is looking at a guy and she likes him, is she really going to be thinking about it that deeply? Right? Is that what she was really on her mind? That, okay, I could, but if I do, I won't know if he can, like, bitch, can't you, like, all right, right? Look, I'm sorry, bitch. I didn't mean to call you a bitch. Who am I talking to? Look, I'm already getting too uppity. Let me calm down. Look, young lady. But to me, this just sounds like a stretch. To think that a woman is thinking on this level in a moment like that, because, and the situation varies, right? Because this is what I'm talking about. Just for example, let's say you have a college classroom and you have a young lady, bitch, no, I'm playing. You have a young lady and a young man. And the young lady is attracted to the guy, right? Let's call him Brian. The young lady is attracted to Brian. Now Brian, she sees Brian living his life. He has friends. He's talking to people. He's laughing. He's a social guy, but he's not really paying her much mind. He's just not. He ain't really worried about her like that. At that point, how much is him approaching her going to prove about his social skills? Right? Because if you're sharing space with this man and you're seeing how he interacts with others, why do you need him to approach you to prove that he has social skills when you see him already mingling with other people. Now, again, this is just a very specific situation, but I bring up this hypothetical situation because even if a girl sees you and sees that you have social skills, she's still not going to just say, okay, well, he passes the confidence test. She's still going to want you to talk to her. Because the thing about it, it's not as if the only way to prove your confidence is to talk to her. She could see you talking to other people. She could see how you mingle with other men, how you talk to other girls. But a lot of these girls still wouldn't talk to you. And so what I'm saying is this: if your social skills, if proof of your social skills is so important, then why would a girl still refuse to approach you in a situation like that? And I think that's kind of where again, this is a stretch and his argument kind of falls short. Like, I'm not sure if he would have, like, come on, it differs. Again, it differs from situation to situation, right? And even on the flip side, how much does approaching you really prove, right? When you look at these PUA guys and the little boot camps they have, a lot of these guys go from 0 to 100 when it comes to approaching women. The day before, they were awkward, inexperienced, shy, and then these PUA guys put them in the boot camp and say, oh, approach her. And so they're making these approaches, but like, what does it really prove? You haven't changed that much in one day. You just broke through the approach anxiety, but you're still pretty much the same guy. So what does it really prove? And I think the emphasis on what it says about your character is really kind of overblown. So it continues. If he doesn't have the confidence to do that, how confident will he be when life gets challenging? Will he be the sort of man who gets into a relationship with her and never strives to follow through on his biggest dreams and ambitions in life? Or does he have the type of personality and mindset that will ensure he rises up and reaches his true potential as a man? So, and this is the problem with this argument. It's like you're taking something that really doesn't require a lot of bravery or courage or even the traits necessary to achieve a big dream or ambitions in life, right? Like, what I'm saying is, it doesn't really prove much about you as a man. It's approaching a girl is, and again, I get it. A lot of guys have an anxiety about it, but that doesn't prove that it's really this, like this big, overwhelming challenge. It's really not. And maybe I'm just looking at it different. Maybe I'm just a different type of person, right? But I'm just saying that it doesn't prove a lot. It doesn't really mean much to just go up and approach a girl. You doing that doesn't mean that, okay, well, certainly now he can achieve his biggest dream and like, you can't, how can you make that leap from such a little bit of information, just one simple interaction? Rather than giving mentally or emotionally weak guys a chance to be with her, a woman will usually just wait to be approached by a confident guy who goes after what he wants, even though it might be challenging and he might not get a positive result every time. When you look at the world from a bigger picture perspective, it only makes sense that women are instinctively turned off by guys who are afraid to take a chance and go after what they want. It's not good for the strength and survival of the human species for women to reward emotionally weak or insecure men with sex, love, and devotion. Imagine a world where women rewarded men for being afraid of approaching them. Can you imagine it? A guy would be hiding in the corner of a bar or a party, and a woman would come over and say, "Hey, you look so scared. Don't worry, mommy is here to save you." Crazy world. Thankfully, that ain't how this world works. So rather than giving mentally or emotionally weak guys a chance to be with her, a woman would usually just wait to be approached by a confident guy who goes after what he wants, even though it might be challenging and he might get it. And see, this is also the issue here, right? Because now we're shaming guys for, all right, and this is what I'm talking about, right? Another hypothetical. You have a girl. She's looking at multiple guys. Now, let's say, okay, let's say out of 5 guys, 2 guys approach and talk to her. 3 guys didn't, right? How is it fair to say, okay, the guys that approach her, these are confident, good men who go after what they want, but the 3 guys who didn't, oh, they're mentally or emotionally weak. And on top of that, how can you say that a man simply approaching a woman means that he's not mentally or emotionally weak? Again, let's go back to the PUA example. These guys get betas off the street and day one have them making these approaches. And then some of these guys continue to do that. But the fact is, a lot of these guys would be mentally or emotionally weak. What I'm saying is, approaching a woman doesn't mean that you're not mentally or emotionally weak. And see, this is just what I'm saying. Like, these arguments, a lot of these are just stretches, and you're trying to divide men into 2 groups: the good man that approached, the bad man that didn't. You know, and there was a very great video. God, maybe I should play it. Maybe I should fit it somewhere, 'cause it's a fantastic video. But the guy, he was basically explaining to women how it's crazy to judge men for not approaching you, because we see so many attractive women throughout the day. The world just couldn't function if men literally were just cold approaching every girl they found attractive. So it's unreasonable to expect guys to do this shit all the time. And so that's why I take issue with this particular part of this article, because you're trying to put men into different groups, right? Okay, he didn't approach me, so he's mentally weak, he's emotionally weak, right? Or he approached me, he's mentally strong, and it does not work like that. You have mentally weak men who can approach women. You have psychopaths who can approach women. You like bum scrub ass niggas that can go talk to girls. I'm in the hood, so I know bum scrub ass niggas with no discipline, mentally weak, like all that shit, but they can talk to bitches. So again, the emphasis that this article and what a lot of people put on approaching is just so out of this world. Like, it proves so much when it really doesn't. When you look at the world from a bigger picture perspective, it only makes sense that women are instinctively turned off by guys who are afraid to take a chance and go after what they want. Again, that's cool. That's understandable though. Like, that's something like, okay, if you're obviously someone who just, oh, well, I'm scared, I'm not going to do anything, that's unattractive. Again, but even to other guys, right? You look like weak shit if that's how you live your life. So that's understandable. But here's the issue that I take, because I know where this is going. And this is the issue that I have with this, right? Why is it that a man shouldn't be afraid to take a chance and go after what he wants, but a woman doesn't? That's one thing I don't understand, because I get it. Men or women are different in many different ways, but now we live in a society where women are so much more ambitious, where women are accomplishing a lot. You can't sit here and say, okay, men should go after what they want, men should take a chance, it's a virtue, but it's not a virtue for women. What gives women the right to sit back and say that this is a virtue for men but not for me? I shouldn't have to take a chance. I shouldn't have to go after what I want. That's what I don't understand about that particular argument, because I believe that for anyone, if you want something, you should go for it. But I don't see how women are exempt from that rule. Now I get it from the, okay, they don't have to because guys just throwing them dick left and right. But I'm saying on a principle level, like this article is making it a principle, right? That women don't have to, but men have to. And that's what I take issue with. In the real world that you and I live in, and that you have to accept if you want to be successful with women now and for the rest of your life, women reject nervous, self-doubting men and instead reward confident men with sex, love, and devotion. This instinctive rejection of weak men by women forces men to either be confident enough to approach a man and pass her test or work his ass off. Oh, God. Build up a great career, build muscle in the gym, to hopefully impress women in other ways. In today's world, a lot of guys lack the confidence to approach women because women are often heard in the media and in person saying superficial things like, wow, look at his six-pack abs, or I only date handsome men, or I want a rich man. The apparent attraction that women seem to have for the superficial traits of men causes a lot of guys to feel insecure if they don't meet those requirements. Guys then worry about being rejected or laughed at if they approach women. Guys will say things like, women are all shallow, money hungry bitches, or women only want handsome men these days, or I'm not going to approach women until I'm successful in my career because all they want is a rich guy. Yet all around them, women are having sex with, getting into relationships with, and even marrying guys who are not rich and who don't look like male models. So let's reverse. I'm going to go from top to bottom. Okay, so in the real world, women reject nervous, self-doubting men and instead reward confident men with sex, love, and devotion. And again, that's something that's true, but it's doing that same thing of like dividing, like unfairly dividing men into these two groups based on who's approaching and who's not. When you can't sum a man up based on whether or not he's approaching women. You just simply can't do that. You can approach women and be nervous. You can approach women and not really be confident. You see, and the PUA industry proves that. You take guys who are working with zero confidence and then have them just making approaches and shit. And then you can have guys who are not approaching, but again, wouldn't have an issue with. Now, I'm not saying like I don't have my issues, right? But God, if my biggest issue was just talking to bitches, like, oh, just cold approaching, damn, the world would be in the palm of my fucking hands. So easy. But doing that, like, I could start cold approaching women tomorrow. And I'm not saying I wouldn't be nervous. I'm not saying it like whatever, but I could do it. That's the point. I could do it. I could make the approach, but that doesn't change the issues. That doesn't change who I am deep inside. Whatever it is that's about me that's flawed or needs to be worked on isn't going to change based on me approaching women. It's just not. This instinctive rejection of weak men by women forces men to either be confident enough to approach women and pass her test or work his ass off. And see, this is why I don't date. But now I'm putting my bullshit in, right? But this is why I don't date, because this is really the issue that I have with dating now, what a lot of guys take issue with as far as dating, in particular, just dating as an average guy. And it really is this scenario, and you can't argue against, because even he's laying the groundwork here for what I'm about to say. Dating for average guys, dating for most guys is like this, like the girl is on a pedestal, whether you like it or not. She's on a pedestal, and she's on her throne on that pedestal, and you gotta come to her and prove yourself, maggot. Yeah, pass my test, bitch. Work your ass off, nigga. Broke nigga. Like, and so it's not that what he's saying is wrong, But I think that it's kind of an example of why guys are turning their backs on dating. It's because it has kind of become this situation of, because you gotta think, pass her test. What's happening when you're passing her test? That means that in a way she's guiding and molding you to be what she wants you to be. Now, if that's who you naturally are and what you want to be, then that's fine. But I think that the problem with this kind of mentality is that a lot of guys end up being fake. A lot of guys end up in situations that they don't really like because they're trying to pass tests. They're trying to adhere to the standard that a woman is setting for them instead of adhering to the standard that they set for themselves. And that's my issue and a lot of other guys' issues with dating now, is that you can't really always be yourself when dealing with a lot of women. Because again, he laid it out. You got to pass her test. You got to work your ass off. You got to prove that you're what I need you to be, which isn't a problem from her perspective or anybody's perspective, but are you being what somebody else wants you to be, or are you being what you need to be for yourself? And I think that's my problem with that particular thing. But again, that's the reality of dating now anyway. And that's why you see MGTOW. In today's world, God, my voice is already leaving me. In today's world, a lot of guys lack the confidence to approach women because women are often heard in the media saying superficial things like, wow, look at his six-pack abs, or I only date handsome men and I want rich men. Superficial traits of men cause a lot of guys to feel insecure if they don't meet these requirements. But now that's a good point. And I talked about this for, I forgot the name of it, but it was on the Nightwalk vlog, and I was talking about like incels and their lack of confidence and how it makes sense. Because when you look at dating and female preferences from like an analytical perspective, right? When you crunch the numbers, excuse me, when you crunch the numbers and you look at it, when you look at the data and the statistics and the graphs and the pie charts and everything is against you. All the stats and the data works against you. Well, unless you're that big dick, tall, handsome, rich guy, right? But for the average dude, for the below average guy especially, all these stats are against you. I mean, even with a basic code approach, you got a 90% chance of getting rejected. And that's just the beginning, right? Like, what about all the other traits and things that you perceive her to be looking for that you might be lacking in? And so really, it's no wonder that guys lack confidence with women, because there are just so many, there's just so much evidence that women are selecting for traits that are in the top 10, 20, 30%. And a lot of guys just feel like they don't measure up. But at the bottom, he says something that's true, but it's not that simple. Yet all around them, women are having sex with, getting into relationships with, and even marrying guys who are not rich and who don't look like male models. But I think that it's not that simple. Like, that's true, but it's never that simple, right? And what I'm saying is, just as an example, and the book The Manipulated Man talks about this a bit too, but my example, I have a friend, and he's not the best looking guy in the world, kind of chubby, big ass head and shit, but his first serious girlfriend was QT, absolutely QT. And I can't lie, man, like early on, I was a little envious, but as the relationship went on, it turned out to be a very toxic, unhealthy relationship where he was basically more or less being used by her. And you could say he was really like slaving for that pussy. He was slaving he was slaving to have that cute girl. And what I'm saying is, like, when guys like this say stuff like, you know, there are women having sex with and in relationships with guys who aren't rich, who look like male models, where it's like, okay, but what's happening underneath the hood? What's happening underneath the surface of what you see in that relationship? Because I'm sure a lot of guys looked at my friend and saw him with his girl and was like, and felt like me, oh, the envy, oh man, she cute, that's you, right? But when you actually learn about what's going on under the surface, then you see like there's a price to be paid there. And I'm not trying to undermine or be overly pessimistic. I'm just stating a simple truth, the same way he is, right? The simple truth is, like, not all women are with rich models, but at the same time, just because you see a guy in that situation doesn't mean that it's a good situation, because life is a bitch and there's always a price to pay. So he continues, women instinctively leave their approaching to men because it's the best way of ensuring that a guy is genuinely confident. When a guy does approach, most women will instinctively test his confidence by playing hard to get, not contributing a lot to the conversation or challenging him during the conversation. Boy, oh boy. So women instinctively leave the approaching to men because it's the best way of ensuring that a guy is genuinely confident. I'm gonna call BS on that. I'm gonna call B. I just simply don't believe that's it. Again, like when you look at the type of trash dudes, bro, that can code approach, that can talk to girl. Like, I knew one guy, like this weed guy that me and my friends used to fuck with, man. He was good for getting some mid, but another thing about him, he would always hit on every girl that he saw. I mean, this dude was a bum. This dude was a straight bum. But he could approach he could approach girls like it was nothing. I mean, he put PUAs to shame, right? But then it's like, look, and it's no offense to him. He helped us out quite a bit, but still, man, this guy was a bum. I'm just keeping it real. He was a bum. And it's like, how much did that approaching really prove? And he got rejected every single time. And see, this is my other point too on this, is that if approaching a woman proves so much, why do most cold approaches end in failure? Answer me that. It proves so much about your confidence, but cold approaches, most of them end in failure. You know, real quick, I hate to divert off topic, but I want to get like some type of like statistical facts here, because I would say roughly like 90% of code approaches end in failure, like somewhere around there. I would say that, and that's being generous. Let me look it up real quick. Maybe there's some data on this. How many code approaches end in failure? Hold up, let me see. Code approach. Okay, this might be a little biased. This might be a little biased. Hold up. Give me a second here. I'm trying to get some, like, I'm trying to get something that makes sense. How many of them? Okay, so I'm kind of going off the script here because I wanted to just cross my mind. Let me see. I want to get some data here or something, because I always say 90%. All right, so here's just something that's anecdotal. I'm just reading from a random post on the internet. I approached over 1,000 women in my red pill days. I didn't get laid much, but to say that it only works if you're attractive is not true. I met over 80, probably more, in real life PUAs, and some of them were getting laid. It's true that the best guys who were having a lot of sex were attractive in the first place or had something going on for them that led to those numbers. It's amazing how fucking horrible these dudes' game was. But I've met average and below average dudes getting laid as well. Usually they would do the following: no standards whatsoever, focusing on women that seem interested or easy women, tourists approaching industriously, obsessed with sex, would 100% go out of their way to get laid. Some of them were quite date rapey. Damn. Okay. Let me see. 3 harsh truths about cold approach pickup. This is from the Red Pill Theory, so this might be a little biased. Let me see. So it says, even a master pickup artist doesn't sleep with every stunning girl he sees. 9 times out of 10, the beautiful woman he approaches reject him. Unfortunately, pickup artists rarely talk about the harsh truths of cold approach pickup. Reality doesn't sell, fantasy does. That's why when you see infield videos on YouTube, you're basically seeing a highlight reel of his best approaches. If you want to succeed with women, you must understand the obstacles you will inevitably face. Yes, you can sleep with 9s and 10s. Yes, you can have an incredible amount of fun approaching women. And yes, attracting women is a skill that anyone can learn. However, to date 9s and 10s, you're going to have to wade through a lot of shit. You're going to have to endure countless rejections. Your ego is going to get stumped on repeatedly, and you're going to have to get comfortable with discomfort. In this article, you're going to learn 3 harsh truths of cold approach pickup. By learning the challenges you're going to face, and you will be much more likely to overcome those challenges and ultimately get the most exciting dating life you want. Damn, I wish I would have found this by I had everything lined up. This shit kind of interesting. Hold up. Okay, most guys trying to learn pickup fail. It's annoying. They don't take enough action. Okay. All right. So I just want to. I'm not finding like anything though like scientific, but hold up. Who's this guy? Hold up. Please be patient. This is funny. Hold up. This might be worth it. Oh god! So this dude is documenting like approaching 100 women. It's a long thread though, so I'm not gonna go there. But I can't remember this though. I don't have time to really try to find like any stats or anything. I always just pull 90% out of my ass, but I'm sure that I'm right on the money. It's very close. But I remember specifically though. I think maybe it was Coach Corey Wayne, but he was talking about this like dating guru. Who himself, he said that his rate of success with women. Now, he's a dating guru guy, right? Not Coach Corey Wayne, but somebody who was referring to. Dating guru, he said that his success rate as far as like approaching women was like 6%, like roughly 6 or 7%. So that right there tells you, like, and so my whole point why I went way off like that is that this article makes it seem like there's so much value in approaching a woman, like it means so much to her. But if that were the case, why is it that the mass majority, I mean the great majority, we're talking 9 out of 10, it's got to be somewhere around 90%, if not 95% of cold approaches end in failure? Why is that the case if it means so much? You know, and what I think is that the value that's placed on it as far as what it means to a woman in terms of your attractiveness to her, I think is way overblown. Again, we're going to get into what I believe are the real reasons why they won't approach a man first, typically. But this whole idea of, again, I'm ensuring that he's confident, I just think it's bullshit. Because if it meant so much, why do they end in failure most of the time? And the answer is pretty obvious. It's because a woman being attracted to you has much more to do with the other things outside of the approach, the way you look, your energy, your money. You know, is she dating someone right now? Like, are you her type? Things like those things are much more important than if you approach her or not. Now, the only thing approaching really does is just give you the opportunity to pass her test, to be challenged and all that shit. But Wait, did I read the rest of this? I'm not even sure. Okay, but anyway, yeah. But moving on to the next point though, because this this is why I don't date. Most women will instinctively test his confidence by playing hard to get, not contributing a lot to the conversation, or challenging him during a conversation. And so we have games. And this is another thing that guys are just fed up with when it comes to dating. This is why a lot of guys are kind of just checking out, because girls do shit like this, right? They play games with you. It's not enough to force you to approach first, but they got to play games, right? I'm going to give him shit tests. I'm not going to contribute to the conversation. I'm going to challenge him, right? And part of the problem with this type of shit is that it doesn't really end. It doesn't end even if you get her number or have sex with her. Like, this is just how a lot of women operate. They always want to challenge you. They always want to play hard to get. They always want to play games, even when you're sharing your personal life with her. And to me, that's just absolutely unacceptable. Guys who don't understand women would think that they're being rejected, whereas the alpha males who either instinctively understand women or have learned to understand women will embrace the opportunity to make those women feel even more attracted to them. When a woman challenges an alpha male's confidence by playing hard to get or going silent in a conversation and notices that he is still confident, relaxed, and at ease, it then deepens her attraction and respect for him. On the other hand, if a woman notices that a guy suddenly starts to doubt himself, become nervous, and begin scrambling for something to say, she would know that he isn't genuinely confident and is hoping that women go easy on him. And I think this is the type of scenario that could be interpreted in two different ways, right? This is kind of like that old saying, be attractive, don't be unattractive. Because if a woman is playing so hard to get that you think you're being rejected, right? Because obviously we can see how this could play out in two very different ways. Now, if you're the alpha male that she wants, but she's playing hard to get with, then your persistence could be rewarded. But if you're the beta male that she's not really attracted to, and she's not playing hard to get, you can't get her, she's not contributing to the conversation for a reason. She's challenging you for a reason. Because she doesn't like you. But then your persistence becomes annoying. It becomes creepy. And I think this is the issue with playing these types of games with women. When you decide, you know what, yeah, I'm just going to be persistent even when I feel like she doesn't like me. You know, and me personally, again, I would never play those types of games. Fuck that shit. Fuck the games. Fuck all the games. I keep all the games in my PlayStation 4. So this is the last one, I believe. Some women watching that might laugh and say, wow, I never do that. That girl is ballsy. And some guys watching might think, wow, if only I looked like that guy, then women would approach me and hit on me. I guess I have to hit the gym, wear better clothes, and get a better hairstyle. Yes, women do approach some really good looking guys in real life, but those women are usually unattractive, drunk, or just approaching to show off to her friends for a laugh. If a good looking guy does get lucky, is approached by a beautiful woman who is perfect for him, it is a very rare experience. So he does acknowledge that it does happen. But I think that the problem that I see here, but those women are usually unattractive, drunk, or just approaching to show off to her friends for a laugh. I think that more so depends on the level of your attractiveness as a man. The more attractive you are as a man, because I broke this down before, but I think it's about value and that really determines who approaches who. And he kind of proves my point even here though, right? When he says that the women doing it are unattractive, right? So he's saying that you, average guy, yeah, it might happen for you, but she'll be unattractive. But again, it proves my point of value and levels, right? The unattractive girl approaches the average guy. The average guy approaches the pretty girl. The pretty girl approaches the celebrity alpha male, whatever, right? I know this because I often get contacted here at The Modern Man by guys that say they're good looking, but still can't get a girlfriend. When I ask them if they approach women, it's pretty much always a no, or I don't have much time to approach and socialize with women. Here's the thing. If you want to enjoy sex, love, and relationships with beautiful women who are truly compatible, you shouldn't waste your time hoping that one day your perfect woman will approach you and then make it super easy for you to pick her up. You have most likely wasted many years of your life waiting for that to happen already. Your precious, unique life here on this planet is ticking away, and the more you avoid your responsibility as a man to approach and choose women, the more you miss out on sex, love, and relationships. So again, let's rewind and kind of break shit down. Okay, so, I already talked about the part at the beginning, right? Yes, women do approach. But it's a very rare experience. Okay, and then he goes on, if you want to enjoy sex, love, relationships with beautiful women who are truly compatible. And you know what? I don't even necessarily disagree with this, but my problem with this is the narrative. Look at what he says. Avoid your responsibility as a man to approach and choose women. It's not your fucking responsibility. It's not. It is like, if anything, it is your fate as a expendable, undesirable, average, below average guy. And my point is simply this. And it's not that I'm disagreeing with what he's saying at the bottom. It's that we're saying the same thing, but he's painting a pretty narrative around what is, I'm not going to say a shitty situation, but it's an inferior situation. It's a beta male perspective. It's a beta male life and limitation that has this pretty narrative put on it. It's your job. It's your obligation. It's masculine. It's macho. And so you get into it, right? When in reality, you have to do it because you're simply not attractive or successful enough for women to come to you. I'm not, and I said this before in the Nightwalk vlog, I'm not trying to discourage guys from approaching women or anything like that. If anything, you should, I believe in the idea of going for what you want. If you want it, look, work for it, go for it, whatever. But I also think that the narratives and the story that we put on why we do things is very important as well. And that's why I have to challenge this, because I think the issue with this whole it's a man's job to approach a woman, it does quite a few things bad, I think, for men and our mentality. And I think it contributes to us pedestalizing women and undervaluing ourselves when we don't acknowledge the real or the more significant reasons why women don't approach men and the type of men that women do approach, that beautiful, attractive women do approach. And so now we're going to head to the next part of this topic. So now we're going to hear it from the horse's mouth. Let me get a sip of water. So we got the perspective of a modern man. Obviously, he's a dating coach, PUA type guy. Again, it's a man's job to blah, blah, blah. Right? We got that perspective. Let's get the perspective of a woman. But this is what I would call, this is the blue pill perspective. This is the surface perspective. This is what women say that kind of coincides with the it's a man's job perspective, you know. So let's get their side of the story, right? Okay. In a generation in which women gladly take on the roles of being the money makers and don't mind letting the man cook, you would think we wouldn't be afraid to approach a man first, and some aren't. As for the 90% of us who are, you have to question what we're afraid of. Damn, hey, that makes fucking sense. We don't like the thought of someone not wanting us, so we walk by absolutely gorgeous prospects and think about their smiles all day long. We probably let potential Prince Charmings walk by daily for the silliest of reasons. This shit is more honest than I remember. We're in the age of proud feminists and even prouder stay-at-home dads. So why do we still cringe at the thought of going up to that hottie at the bar? Here are some thoughts that go through our minds and stop us from taking our dating lives by the horn. And she brings up a good point, because this is what guys will often talk about when this subject comes up. Like, because it seems like in the age of feminism, and when you look at the gender roles that women discard and the gender roles that they embrace, it seems like they want everything that benefits them and nothing that doesn't benefit them, right? Like they want the, okay, I can get the bag, I can do anything a man can do, I can be an astrophysicist, I can be a pilot, I can join the military, but I can't approach a man. That's the man's job. And that's why I'm glad that she brought that up, because I think a lot of men now are just confused because we're getting mixed signals. We're seeing women do a lot of the things that men can do, right? A lot of the hard work and jobs and careers that require bravery and consistency and hard work and focus. And it's like, if you can do all that, why can't you approach a man? How are you too feminine to approach a man, but you're masculine enough to serve in the military? It simply doesn't add up. And I think men are confused. But let's go ahead and continue with the article. Okay, so the first thought, what if you have a girlfriend? I mean, what if he has a girlfriend? I don't want to be a homewrecker. What if he has a girlfriend and mentions her once I approach him? Yeah, I'd rather not see pictures of his trip with his girlfriend in Cabo. Forget it. This is something that guys think a lot of times too. If a guy is going to approach a girl, if he's willing to approach a girl, that's definitely going to be something that goes through your mind. Like, what if she has a boyfriend or something like that? Because it just seems like a lot of girls are never really single. Girls are never really single. 2, I'm probably not your type. I mean, he probably likes the bodybuilder chicks who meal prep. Wow, she's lost. I mean, I meal prep on and off, but probably not as much as he would like. You know what? Forget it. I'm definitely not his type. But again, this is something else that men feel as well that might stop them from approaching a girl. Again, maybe she has a boyfriend. Maybe I'm not her type. But reading this article, it's funny how both sexes think the exact same things. Somewhat. What if I am your type? This is when it gets silly. Wait, what if I am his type and he falls in love with me? I love my freedom, but I'll end up having to post him on my Insta, and then everyone would start asking questions. I'm not worth the hassle. Let me go back to this workout. Plus, he's on a treadmill, and I prefer guys who do free weights. That's that female silliness. Were you waving at me? Probably not. Yes, it happens to the best of us. The cutie walking by waves and you brush it off because you figure he's just waving to someone he knows behind you. Then when you turn around after he's already long gone, you realize no one was behind you. Damn it. I think some guys can kind of relate to that too. Kind of like those missed opportunity stories where it's like it seemed like a girl was flirting with you and you didn't quite catch it. And then later on you're like, wait a minute, I think that girl was flirting with me. You'll think I'm a tryhard. And if we're going to make it in this relationship, you cannot think of me as a tryhard. So, nope, let me grab this grande white mocha and hope that once you get a glance of my ass, you run out the door after me. Maybe you'll get the hint, but either way, most ladies don't want to seem desperate. This is kind of crazy. Now that I'm like, to actually walk around thinking like that, like, maybe he'll see my ass and talk to me. Wow, like... Whoa, but you know, more or less girls they actually do shit like this. It's weird actually hearing it now. Like, that's so odd. Like, oh man, maybe he'll look at my butt and and then he'll come after me. Girls are strange. What if I hooked up with one of your friends? Hey, admit it or not, it's a small damn world and it happens to us all the time. Hot guys seem to cluster together. What if one of your friends was someone from my past? Yeah, I'll just continue browsing in the sales section of Urban and pretend I'm not drooling over you right now while you look at the records. I love records. Ugh. My friends won't approve. Quite frankly, I don't have the energy to convince my girls how awesome you are when they won't give you a chance because of something they heard about your reputation. What if you rub one of them the wrong way? That just makes like life rougher than it needs to be. So nah. I crept on you and I didn't like what I saw. Yes, fellas, girls do this. We can have the biggest crush on you and then we somehow get a hold of your social media info and it's over. Either you're thirsty or you're the water fountain. It just automatically turns us off and we'd rather find someone who won't give us social media grief. What if you say no? The biggest fear of all, rejection. No one likes rejection, and I know for a fact I don't take it well. I know guys deal with this all the time, but I just can't. Maybe one day the roles can officially switch, but today is just not today. What a silly goddamn article. But goddamn, it was the best I had in the moment. But damn, the end couldn't be more true. Maybe one day the roles can officially switch, but today is just not today, and it certainly is not that day. So we got to see the perspective of the blue pill dating coach man. It's a man's job to approach women, and we got to see the perspective of some silly valley girl and her unreasonable fears. But now it's my turn. It's my turn to flex. It's my turn to talk. And so this is my theory. This is my belief. This is how I see it. It's obvious that it's not a man's job to approach a woman. It's not your responsibility. It's not your obligation. As I've lived and observed life, analyzed people and analyzed situations like these and looked at different, just observing the world, the dating world and as it works and trying to understand it. When I look at the whole phenomena of who approaches who, the man or the woman, what I've noticed is this. Generally speaking, yes, men do the most approaching. Men do most of the first interactions and men initiate contact overwhelmingly more than women. Like, this is just a fact. But it's not because women are incapable. It's not because they don't. It's not because it's a man's job. This has more to do with sexual market value than gender. Now, as far as gender is concerned, I think the reason why men tend to be the initiators more often than not is because of the fact that the average woman has more value on the dating market, more sexual market value than the average man. And because who approaches who is based mostly on value, that's why you see men doing most of the approaching, because the average guy has less value than the average woman. So we are at a disadvantage naturally. We have to initiate. We have to take the risk. We have to make the first approach, not because it's our job, not because it's the masculine, machismo, macho thing to do, but simply because we don't have the value to do anything else. Generally speaking, right? Because even a low value guy like myself has gotten approached before. Very, very rarely, like maybe like hard code approach, like 2 or 3 or something like that. But even it's happened for me. And so what proves my theory or what proves what I'm saying more than anything else is when you look at famous guys. The perspective of famous men, of alpha males, of attractive men, of successful men debunks this whole idea cleanly. Because the thirst that women exhibit, the thirst that women show, the depths that women will degrade themselves to attach themselves to a high value man, it put some of the most thirstiest niggas to shame. I tell you. This is just a personal anecdote, just to kind of throw one out before I really start going in. One time I was hanging out in the living room with my friend, and my sister, she was here with one of her friends. And as they were leaving, my sister went out first ahead of her. The girl, she liked my friend. And so before she left, she pretended like she tripped and fell. And what she was really doing, she was trying to like have an excuse to stay in the house and talk to my friend real quick. And so she asked him, she was like, because she saw that he had a car outside or something. And so she asked him, she was like, is that your car? And he was like, yeah. And then they talked maybe like 30 seconds or so, right? She was just kind of sizing him up. And then she gave him her number. And so right there, you have a situation where, again, my friend was not paying her any mind. We were just downstairs, just joking, laughing, just being two goofy ass niggas, right? But for whatever reason, she spotted him out and she liked what she saw, and she started basically she cold approached him. Now this girl, she wasn't the most attractive, but that fact plays into my theory of what I'm saying. It's about value. She wasn't a very attractive girl. She was the type of girl, to be honest, just based on her looks, she won't QT. Like she definitely wasn't my type. I put it like that. She was not, she didn't cross the threshold into QT land, which is really like the bare minimum, right? She was at least a point below that. But she basically approached my friend. And that's just one example. And I'm sure you guys know about the whole story. I tell it time and time again because it's one of the few times it happened to me. But the cashier girl that was dating one of my friends, and she started coming on to me. She asked for my number and shit like that in the store. I mean, she was very aggressive with me. Boy, I swear, if she wasn't dating my friend, I would not be becoming a 30-year-old virgin. I'll tell you that much. But, yeah, it even for me and some of the guys that I know, we have experiences with girls approaching us or making that first move. But a lot of times it's not the girl that we like. It's not the QT girl. You know, it's the girl that's like barely average, below average or whatnot. But even I've experienced this, right? Where girls will put themselves out there. Girls will approach guys, but nothing like famous guys really on just a different level with this shit. And and I know I'm kind of like ranting here, but there's one story that I want to put out that my friend told me. When he was in college, right? There was a girl, he said she was beautiful. I think now she's a model or something. Like, she was beautiful, right? He said this girl, it seemed like she wasn't fucking with nobody, like no guys. Like, call her stuck up, whatever. But whatever the case was, she wasn't dealing with nobody on campus. Like, this girl was untouchable. Like, she's basically the type of girl that you got to code approach and pass the test and submit and please queen and oh no, I'm an alpha male, look at me. Like, she was that type. You got to do the whole song and dance for her, right? But he said that one day a basketball player showed up. Now I could be wrong, but I could have sworn, because this was a while ago when he was in college. Like, we're both around like what, 29, 30 now. So it was a while ago. I think he said it was John Wall. I can't remember exactly, but it was somebody. I think it was somebody who made it to the NBA. But I think at the time they were just like, they were I think at the time they were like a star player in college. So they weren't quite in the NBA yet at that time, but everybody knew that like it was inevitable. It was inevitable that he was a shoe-in. Let me get a sip of water real quick. But yeah, at the time, everybody knew that it was inevitable for him to make it to the NBA. And he was just kind of finishing out his college career at the time. And he was visiting my friend's school. He didn't go there. He was visiting. I forgot why, the reason he told me, but he was visiting the school. And I don't want to just put names out there like that, but I could have sworn he said it was John Wall. And he said what he noticed when John Wall was there, that girl that wasn't talking to nobody was following behind John Wall that whole day, or whoever that basketball player was. She was following behind him she was like a damn groupie. It was her. He said it was her and some other girls. And they were just following behind this dude and his friends. So it's just, you got the alpha male and the lesser alpha males around him and a pack of girls following them around. It's not, it wasn't them chasing after the girls now. He showed up, all the alpha males came to greet him because he was the alpha of basketball alphas, and then the girls just followed. And that's the type of shit that I'm talking about. When you say it's a man's job to approach women, it's just bullshit, because women will approach and chase after men, even beautiful women, if they feel like his value is enough. It's a value system. But let me pull up some specific examples that I found, right? From famous like basketball player perspectives and whatnot. All right, so I got this little post from like Core, right? Just to kind of lead into what I'm about to talk about. So this guy asked a question. He said, "Why do only the famous guys get asked out by girls?" And this guy answers, "Here's why. Status. Attraction is when these women feel that your social value is equal to or greater than hers. Value. I'm telling you. So a man who is famous to a woman who is not is higher in the social value than she is. He is higher in the social ladder in her perception. So she will be pulled hard to approach him while she wouldn't do as much work if it was a guy who isn't famous. It's in the DNA, survival. Think of it like this. Why do you think many parents want their children to study at renowned universities?" So, he continues. "Why do graduates want to work in the best and bigger companies and has a well-known name? Why do people chase celebrities and even want to take photos of them and plaster it on their Instagram and Facebook page? Because they want a share of the social value power, which they then use for their own world. Yes, for social this proof, is where many girls fuck up big time, and so do guys, because they fall for the halo effect and do not see many red flags until it is too late. And if you think they'll stop when they fuck up once, forget it. It's far more complex in the psychological and biological terms than that. In that world, if she doesn't take action now, many girls will, and she sees this value before her eyes as women do approach this guy, flirt with him, hover around him, trying to get his attention. She also will lose the share of power she can use to increase her own social status, to use in her world with her friends and even with other guys, and even use it to get another guy and move up in the social ladder. Status is king always." Now, I know this is just some random guy off Core, but he broke it down so well. So well. Attraction is when these women feel that your social value is equal to or greater than hers. So a man who is famous to a woman who is not is higher in social value than she is. He is higher in the social ladder in her perception. And so what you're seeing with girls chasing after famous guys or high status men, their reasoning is the same as what you see when average guys like you or I approach attractive women. The cute girl, the pretty girl, the sexy girl, the hot girl, whatever the case may be. It's the exact same thing. And see, look at what he says here. In that world, if she doesn't take action now, many girls will. And she sees this value before her eyes as women do approach this guy. And see, this is the exact same sort of anxiety that men have. This is the world that the average men have, right? If I don't say something, somebody else will. If I don't approach, somebody else will. If I don't do anything, I'm not going to get this opportunity with her. But what you have to understand, this is not something that's unique to men. It's not. It's just that overwhelmingly, we have less value than women when it comes to dating and sex. So we end up in that situation. But when the guy is famous, when he's rich, when he's a Chad alpha, super attractive man, the roles are reversed because now she knows. She knows if I don't do anything, somebody else will. Dude, thirst does not discriminate. Thirst is universal. Men and women experience thirst. This is a fact. And so, just like he says, if she doesn't take action now, many girls will, and she sees this value before her eyes as women do approach this guy. Flirt with him, hover around him, trying to get his attention. She doesn't have a choice. The same way the man, you don't have a... When a man is so high value, because you got to look at it like this, right? The girl that you think is cute, that you would be overjoyed to have in your life, she's a dime a dozen. She's especially a dime a dozen to high value men. The famous guy, the athlete, the rapper or whatever. He got badder bitches than her throwing him the pussy. So what the hell is she supposed to do? She can't play these goddamn games. I'm gonna wait and see if he confident because I gotta survive. And my instinct says, no, bitch. No, young lady. I'm sorry. I get so into this shit. But no. And I think I gave this example before. Or this situation, this hypothetical, to prove my point. And tell me if I'm wrong. Now imagine 10 women and 10 men. They get deserted on an island. Now, the 10 women and 8 of the guys, they're barely getting by. They're scraping by. They're surviving, but they're struggling. It's not comfortable for them. We'll put it like that. But they're surviving. They're getting by. But let's say 2 guys, right? Like these some Bear Grylls type motherfuckers. Like they got the shit figured out. Like they got huts. Like they got food. They got rations. They got food put away for later. They got shelter. They damn near working on a boat, but they doing it all themselves though, right? They're doing it all themselves in their own space. Do you think that those girls are going to wait for those 2 guys to come get them? Or, and again, just hypothetically, let's say the guys, like, they ain't worrying about it. Like, they get into the bag, grind set, Sigma male grind set, whatever, right? Do you think they would have to go over and approach those girls and say, hey, come with us? No. Those girls would find a way to ease their way into that situation. Once they see that those 2 weirdos who went off and actually doing better than the other 8 guys and 10 girls combined, the girls from that group are going to find a way to try to get in with them. And it's based on this simple fact. Women naturally gravitate to successful men. Women gravitate to successful men the same way men gravitate to attractive women. It is just a fact. Okay. So here's an article that I found that talks about NBA players dealing with groupies. Just again to further prove my point about how the perspective and the roles are reversed depending on how attractive and successful the guy is, right? So how should NBA players deal with groupies? Carlos Boozer and Nate Robinson weigh in. Wasn't Nate Robinson the guy who fought didn't Nate Robinson fight Jake Paul and get knocked out? Anyway, the early years of being a professional athlete is all about adjusting. There's a long list of things you need to do in order to truly adapt to the league's culture. You now possess money, cars, jewelry, and other luxuries you could not afford before, which ultimately shines some light on you. Excuse me. Let me get a sip. So they're having a conversation. It's Nate and Carlos, so I'm going to just narrate for them. Okay, hold up. So Nate Robinson says, let's talk about these young guys and these little groupie girls. Carlos Boozer says, a funny topic, but a real topic. Let me now give you a quick example of how it goes. I got drafted by the Cavaliers in 2002, and we go out to Sacramento to play the Kings on the road. This is when they had C-Webb, Mike Bibby, Vlad Divac, and Peja Stojakovic. They were loaded. So it's the first game of the season, and we get out to Sacramento, and we get to the hotel. There's a lot of women there. I didn't pay attention. I got my bag, and I went up to my room. I get up to my room, and then ring, ring, ring. I'm like, hello? Oh my God, I just saw you walk in the lobby and can I come upstairs? I was like, sorry, I'm chilling with my friends, but it's very flattering. Click. Then I go to eat with the homies, my boys Darius Miles and Dejan Wagner, and we come back and ring, ring, ring. I just saw you. Oh my God, can I come up? I'm like, whoa, that was my first game. I haven't even played yet. That is just a mild example of how it goes. As soon as you get drafted and make an NBA roster, these joints be waiting for you. So, I mean, dude, but it's a man's job. The woman is too feminine and he got approved. Oh man, I swear. And this is just one story from a basketball player. And this is in 2002, before the social media age. God. And so here's something else right here. This is some text messages from I think a basketball player. And he was trying to show off like how he was getting different girls and shit based on being like a star athlete and shit. The fuck was that? So it says, I know. So it says, I know, but this is getting to me. I never hooked up with somebody like you before. Like me? Yes, you are the fucking man around athletics, and people still talk about you. And I just want to scream, I sucked his dick, but I can't because of my friend. But if you come back, let's bang, please. And if you say yes, I'll let you on my face or even put it in my oh my God. Oh my God. Oh Lord. Here I am acting all prudish. The things I've seen. Oh boy. So here's another one. Can I just say that you are my favorite basketball player of all time at Vandy? My dad has been a season ticket holder for years, and somebody needs to tell you that you are so fucking hot. And when you yell and scream on the court, it gets me wet. And these just random girls that like they're trying to fuck with him and shit. Okay, so don't get mad at me because I know you have a girl, and I told them you do. But two of my hot friends really think you're sexy, and I told them I knew you. And they didn't believe me until I showed them pics of us. And they want me to tell you which one you like. And if you do, if it's okay to send them your number. And then you see the girls below. They look pretty attractive. So this guy was trying to, show off, the different bitches and shit he was getting in college and whatnot. So this one says, hey, call is, and I just want to say that it's sad that you are leaving and it's not fair to me. I know you have a girlfriend, so you really aren't trying to talk to anybody else. But I feel like if you gave me a chance, then I could be perfect future NBA wife to you. Or shit, whatever you end up doing, I'll prove it in and out alone time. LOL, wow, well, sorry, but yeah, no can do. Cal, please, think about it. Oh God. So that was just like a brief, a little sample of the life of a true alpha male, the life of a guy that's very successful. Because we're talking about NBA players. I mean, they're the perfect example because they're tall, they're rich, they're successful. They're the total package outside of just, the big work schedule and whatnot, being on the road so much. Most girls would love to be a Aisha Curry, and your husband wouldn't even have to be as successful as Steph Curry, even if your husband is riding the bench, like Jeremy Lin or something. Most girls, they would absolutely love that, just to be with a guy who's in the NBA. But it's like, when I look at stuff like this, when you hear these stories from athletes and rappers and actors and guys who are rich, social media influencers, TikTokers, YouTubers, whatever, they all have stories like this. And it proves a very simple fact, that women are more than willing to put themselves out there the same way men do, as far as approaching and initiating contact with someone for the express purpose of dating and having sex. It's just that most guys are not that successful, are not that attractive. And so there's something, I'm sure you guys heard this before. I'm not sure if Richard Cooper came up with it or Rollo Tomasi, but one of them came up with it. Or maybe it was someone else, but I believe one of them are the guys that said is, women break rules for alphas and make rules for betas. And so when you look at the whole it's a man's job to approach women thing, what I've realized is that's a beta rule. It's a beta rule, and most betas adhere to it because really it's all they can do, and it makes their situation pretty and more romantic. Oh, I'm the masculine, manly man making the approach on the feminine girl who's too shy and weak to approach me. I'm the hero. She's the damsel in the... It plays and it makes your inferior value seem like something that is not, right? Like you're doing this heroic deed, this heroic masculine deed in approaching her, right? But at the end of the day, it's a beta rule. And what you see when you see girls approaching guys, especially with, the celebrities, the athletes, the TikTokers, whatever, they're breaking that rule for alphas. Remember, they make rules for betas and break them for alpha. Not approaching men is a beta rule. And they'll only break it for alphas, or at least someone that they perceive to be of greater value than themselves or worth the risk. And this next article goes into that, right? And this is a great article. So, this is an article from Elite Daily written by a female, by the Ambrose girls. So the article is called, "This Guy Has the Best Reason for Why He Never Asked Out Women." Let's get into it. A little bit ago, we wrote an article on yours truly, Elite Daily, called "If You Really Liked Her, You'd Be the First One to Make a Move." Oh God, I swear. I don't even have to move forward. Like, let's stop here. Let's stop right here because I gotta address this. If you really liked her, you'd be the first one to make a move. But couldn't you say that about girls too, right? If you really liked him, wouldn't you be the first to make a move? What is it? Oh, God, this is why we have to have this conversation because there's so much silliness here. If you really liked her, you'd be the first one to make a move. But what does the girl not approaching the guy say about her attraction to him? We don't talk about that. But let's continue. The title here pretty much sums up the point of the article. But in case you need more of a clue in, guys, just ask us out already. While we stand by our article and wholeheartedly still believe in every tight word within it, our stance on said article was recently challenged. The challenger, a guy, of course. Hold up. I had a thought. Okay, no. I had a brain fart. Okay, he didn't just casually disagree with our belief that the guy need to be the ask her outer. Why do girls do silly shit like that? He really disagreed. In fact, he became sort of heated about it in the already hot 90-degree weather on his rooftop pool deck. Although this is a great guy friend of ours, and he is allowed to challenge our viewpoints on our published works with no offense taken, we were confused and taken aback. Just simply telling guys they need to be the pursuers is not that obscure, right? Wrong. Dying to know more, we started to grill this guy. Let's set the stage for our guy friend. He is tall. He is successful. He is attractive. He has a great personality and by far one of the best dinner dates in town, but he is single. Even as his best gal pals, we have no clue how in the world this guy is single. He really has it all. He is the type of guy who is perfectly capable of walking into any bar and walking up to a girl and asking her out. Yet he doesn't. He doesn't use dating apps because he thinks they are desperate and draw the wrong kind of attention. We agree. Further, he told us he is not likely to text first even if he really likes a girl, is not at all weirded out by a girl if she gives him the double blow up, and is flattered by and prefers girls going after him. If you are thinking what in the world and why girls are so silly and wondering if our friend is a Martian, we were too. We obviously needed more info, so we dug deeper. Prepare, dear readers. Revert back to the qualities we attributed to our guy in question. He has it all, remember? The reason he is so reluctant to chase and be the pursuer is quite simple. Upon further elaboration, it made sense to us. And it can all be reverted back to one bit dating cliche. He is a classic good on paper guy. He purposefully resists the chase, asking girls out and be the pursuer because little does he know someday some chick might be lonely, bored as fuck, whose besties are all married and pregnant and think, well, he keeps asking me out, he is good on paper, so even though I don't have real feelings for him, I should just keep dating him. Boom, mind blown. He views girls coming after him as a sign of genuine affection versus feeling like he's making a girl like him. Let's rewind a little bit. Let's go back to level 2, right? If you really liked her, you'll be the first one to make a move. He views girls coming after him as a sign of genuine affection versus feeling like he's making a girl like him. My brothers, this is the game. This is the game. Let me say it again, my brothers. This is Pimp Chad Marco talking. Let me turn the lights out. Hold up. I gotta stop real quick. I gotta let y'all know something real quick. Let me turn the lights out real quick. Sip some of this tea. I'm going to tell y'all something. Your daddy probably didn't tell you. Your mama definitely didn't tell you. The blue pill masses, they won't tell you. But I'm going to tell you. I am going to tell you. Because I love you. This exchange here between this attractive guy and these attractive girls. This is the game. This is the reality of the game, the ugly reality of the game. And see, what I realize is this: women play the game and then they shame guys for playing the game. This article is important because it's a rare instance of a woman. I don't know if it was by accident, but she acknowledged the benefit of the man playing the game that she's playing as well. He views girls coming after him as a sign of genuine affection versus feeling like he's making a girl like him. But that's exactly one of the reasons why girls don't like approaching guys. They want to feel like the guy when a guy is pursuing a girl, it gives her a sense of security. And we're going to talk about this more later. But it gives her a sense of security. It's like, okay, he's chasing after me. He's pursuing me. He's doing this. He's doing that. He's buying me dinner. He's buying me that. And so there's a sense of security there. Like, okay, I have the upper hand. Now they might not straight up say that, think that, but that's what's going on. She has the upper hand. That's the appeal of being approached. That's why girls would say silly shit like she said in the beginning. If you really like her, you would approach her. But I could say, and what this guy is basically saying, if you really like me, you would approach me. Why is it that me liking you means that I have to take a risk, but you liking me means you do nothing? That makes no sense. It makes no sense at all. It's bullshit. It is women playing the game and shaming you and making you think that you playing the game is wrong. Now don't get it twisted. This guy this guy sounds like a high value male, so he can afford to do this shit. Guys like us, we can look, we shit out of luck, right? You know, you accept the inferior position and grovel at the pedestal of women, or you become a wizard like me. What are you gonna do? Right? But this is one of the main things that I want guys to try to understand. Because as I've analyzed the game of that men and women play with each other, this is one of the most important aspects of it that guys got to realize, is that a lot of things that we're told as far as how we're to deal with women, the do's and don'ts, a lot of these rules, these unwritten rules, is beta rules. These are beta rules. And if it's not a beta rule, it's simply a rule that benefits women. It's the same thing with women getting upset with guys dating younger girls. Why is it an issue when older men date younger women, but we don't talk about older women dating younger men? Why is it that me liking you means that I have to approach the woman, but the woman liking the man means she does nothing? You see how it doesn't make sense? Because it doesn't make sense. But a lot of guys fall into this trap of believing these things that girls are saying. Girls have a good way, and I'm not trying to attack women, because I have nothing against them playing the game to their benefit. I think both sexes really should do it. I encourage everyone to do it, really. It's kind of fucked up, but it's the way of the world. Life ain't fair. But what I notice women do, they always have a narrative or a story or something in place to cover up the games that they play, to justify it. Oh, but when you flip it, it don't make sense. That's why you always got to kind of flip these little rules and dig and look in the corners of it to see if it really holds up, because a lot of times it doesn't. And that's what I'm saying. I'm trying to get you guys to understand this, because this article is real. Like, this shit is just rotting away in the corner of the internet somewhere, but this shit is big to me. Cause it really proves my point so well, and I don't even think she realizes it. But let's continue. This is so true. As relationship bloggers, we know that relationship rules and articles such as the ones we write are never black and white and set in stone. There are gray areas everywhere. Case in point right here. Dating and putting yourself out there is just as scary for guys as it is for us girls. If we were him, we would be terrified to chase after someone who might not be there for the right reasons, just to settle and check off the boxes in their all-important list of things to accomplish before 40. A girl chasing him tells him everything he needs to appease his fears. Now let's go back to the Modern Man article, when he was talking about what a guy approaching a girl tells the girl. Now, he had a point, but he was off base. A man approaching a woman is not about his confidence. It's about his investment. It's about his willingness to pursue, his willingness to chase, his willingness to take a risk, his willingness to provide, his willingness to invest. Did I say it before? I think I said it before. And see, this is what I'm talking about. This is why you got to get your brooms out and get the dust so you can see what's underneath the dirt. Sweep the dirt off the floor so you can see what color it is. The confidence, that's dirt. That's the bull. Oh, it's a confidence test. No, the fuck is not. It's not. There's security. There's comfort. There's power in being pursued, in being chased. You want the investment. Just like this guy, he's the exact same, right? He wants the security. He wants to be pursued. He wants to be chased. He wants the investment. He wants to know, oh, this girl is willing to fight for me. She's willing to work for me. And I feel like as men, we've been brainwashed into thinking that we always have to be the ones who are chasing and pursuing, when it's simply not true. It's simply not the case. If you were more attractive, if you were more successful, or if you just simply met the right girl, you would have a completely different dynamic. And this is what men have to really understand. I'm not telling you what to do. I'm just saying understand the game and understand yourself and what you want. Because what women do, they have these rules because they know that they want a situation where they have the power. And I'm okay with that. But as a man, as men, we have to decide for ourselves, do we want that? Do you want the power? Do you want to be the one that's pursued, right? What are your standards? What test do you have waiting for a girl? What does she have to prove to you? See, we're in this state of chasing and proving, and then we end up in a fucked up situation because, like I said before, we were molded to be what she wanted instead of what we want it to be. Let's continue. A girl coming on to him makes him feel like they actually want him for him, that he's not forcing someone to like him. They want to be with him because of who he is in real life. They want to see him and go on dates with him because they want to spend time to get to know him. He is comforted by the idea that a girl wouldn't seek him out if she were doing so solely in the hopes of fulfilling a void. This is a tough situation where both he and our article have conflicting points, but they can be drawn together. See, and like I said, bro, understand the fucking game. See, this guy, somehow he was able to make this girl really see how stupid, not even stupid. Like, let me dial it back some. I'm getting in that like I'm getting in that incel mode again. Let me dial it back some. But he was able to successfully flip her theory on her and show her that your idea of a man does this for a woman doesn't make sense, because the same things that you're looking for, why can't I have it? I can look for it the same way. I can play the same game. Girls want the guy to be the pursuer. They want to be asked out on dates, and they are frustrated when guys don't follow the rules and ask them out. However, if a really, really great guy who is not pass upable come along, girls should most definitely consider changing the golden rules of dating and put themselves out there for the guy. Women make rules for betas and break them for alphas. I'm telling you. Rolo told you. Richard Cooper told you. Coach Greg Adams told you. Oh, God, man. I've already worn myself out. This shit was great, though. Oh, seriously, though, bro. Shout out to Rolo and Richard and all the Red Pill guys, because whoever coined that, women make rules for betas and break them for alphas. Goddamn, dude. Like, if I find out, I'm gonna give you a super chat next time you stream. I don't know which one it was, but damn, that, because it's right here. Girls want the guy to be the pursuer. They want to be asked out on dates. They are frustrated when guys don't follow the rule and look, quote unquote rules. Cause it's the quote unquote rule. It's bullshit. It's a beta rule. It's for weak, low value men that I don't give a fuck about. Fuck you, nigga. I don't need you. Don't ask me out. Doesn't matter. 100 other guys are gonna do it. Fuck you, nigga. Go on. It's a beta rule. You're beta, you're expendable. They don't give a fuck about you. That's why they don't talk to you. That's why you're not getting approached. Cause it's fuck you, nigga. I don't need you, nigga. You need me, bitch. I got the pussy. Your dick ain't worth shit. Bitch ass nigga. This is his point. If a girl really is interested in him and not caught up in all he has and who he is on paper, she will put in some of the grunt work to get his attention in a real way. The others who are in it for the wrong reasons will give up eventually and move along with their lives. Dating is a tough world to navigate, and this really throws a monkey wrench in our firm beliefs. Oh, God, this guy, good job on you for making these women think. Fuck. Of waiting around for a guy to ask us out. However, stuck on this process we both fully admit if an amazing guy came around, there is zero chance we would sit idly by and wait for him. It's definitely not our favorite fantasy about finding love, but it sure is one that can happen. Women make rules for beta, blue pill, bitch ass niggas, broke niggas, ugly short niggas, and they break rules for the big dick thug niggas with money. That's what it is. That's the game. Damn. I've outdone myself tonight. I can stop here, but we got more. You thought it was over. I'm already on tilt, going nuts in here. I'm red pill berserking in this bitch. me take my shirt off. Oh boy, I should have known this shirt wasn't gonna stay on tonight. Oh boy. But this is just this is a great article though, because the beauty of it, and it's no shame, it's no attack on the girl that wrote it, because my motto is this: don't hate the player, hate the game. And so when women play this game of not approaching and wanting to be pursued, that's their game plan. That's their strategy. Fine. But what I'm saying is this: don't let anybody shame you out of playing the game to your favor as well, because that's all this guy is doing. Now, obviously, most of us, we're not in the same position as him. But see, with guys like this, and he's not even famous. He's not some, as far as I know, he ain't some famous dude. This is a regular Chad, right? Regular Chad. But he's able to play the same strategy that girls use. I'm going to wait to be pursued so I can control the pace of the relationship. So I can set the tone that you work for me. And what men have to understand is that there's nothing wrong with that. When women do it, it's nothing wrong with that. Because at the end of the day, it's your choice. You choose to approach the same way you choose to approach a girl and be subservient and pursue and chase and accept her bullshit, her games, her shit tests, pay for the dates. Women do the same thing with alpha males. They put up with their bullshit, their cheating, their lack of attention to them and all that. And there's nothing wrong with it, because you choose that. You chose to pursue. She chose to pursue. But the crime here, is to shame men from playing the game as well. It's to shame men from using your strategy, from using successful, proven, smart game strategy. And to keep men in the dark thinking that they have to play the game according to your bullshit, bendable, broken beta alpha rules, depending on the nigga. That's the crime. I think what I would like to see as far as relations between men and women is an acceptance of the game for what it is. And to say, you know what? Women gonna play the game to benefit themselves, and that's okay. But men can do the same thing. That's my whole point here, though. Is to understand the game and accept that both sides can play the game. But I feel like there's this concentrated effort to keep like certain men in the dark about this shit. And to have you believe in bullshit. It's a man's job to, that's the wool they pull over your fucking head. But now we go deeper. You thought we were at the bottom of the ocean. No. You thought we were at the bottom of the ocean, swimming through the carcass of a dead whale. No, sir. We're about to go meet Cthulhu. I'm going deeper. Yeah, we're going to check out our good friends at Female Dating Strategy. We're getting to the heart, the soul, the madness of this topic. Stay tuned. Okay, so we're back. I took a little break. Had to calm down. Man. That shit was kind of wild. So now I pulled some posts from Female Dating Strategy, the subreddit from Reddit. And one thing I noticed, whenever people try to bring up Female Dating Strategy, some goofy ass dude always say the same shit. Like, well, you know, these girls, like, they're not representative of girls in general. Like, oh, it's just like one subreddit. That's what they always try to say shit like that. And to those guys, I'm saying, look, y'all better wake the fuck up. Y'all better wake the fuck up. Because now I'm not saying all women approach dating with this cold, calculating, strategic, like red pill mindset. But you have to understand is that there is a game being played between men and women. You need to understand that women read books about how to have power in in relationships. They read articles and magazines about this type of shit. While you scoff at FDS, female dating strategy, like it doesn't mean anything. And I'm just saying, you motherfuckers better wake the hell up. Like, get off that. Stop thinking that female dating strategy is just some bullshit, bro. I'll tell you like this. Leave female dating strategy. Leave female dating strategy. Look for other sources of women giving each other game. Read books like Power of the Pussy. And you'll see, this isn't just some isolated island of delusional women. These women have a good understanding of the game from the female perspective. Let me tell you, get off that bullshit. Stop believing get off that bull. These girls got a good understanding of the game. So this was a post on the female dating strategy subreddit, and the title is "Please don't approach anybody's grown ass son." So right there, we already got something to talk about. Now look at what she did. Please don't approach anybody's grown ass. Whenever a woman say grown ass, it's meant to demean and emasculate you. Whenever they say that, it's like it's meant to put you down. So off the rip, she's trying to say that, oh, I had to approach you, you little ass boy, right? So right there, she already set the tone. But we got some good juicy information here. So let's read. This is the OP. I've been seeing several males complaining across the internet about how women don't approach them, and they think women should approach them more. Let me tell you why this is a horrible idea. I genuinely feel like men don't respect women who approach them at all. And I also feel like men who are genuinely interested in a woman would go out of his way to pursue her, period. What did I say earlier? Why is it that if a man is really interested in a woman, he will do something? If a woman is really interested in a man, she would do nothing. What kind of sense does that make? It doesn't. If you find yourself having to initiate literally everything with the man all the time, that means he's not that interested and you should 100% move on. Also, these men aren't being 100% honest either. They claim that they want women to approach them more, and yet they think those women are desperate and low value, and they also feel like the reason why those women have to approach men in the first place is because they're unattractive and don't have many options. Now, see, that part I think is untrue. It's going to be based on how attractive you are. If an ugly girl approached me, yeah, I'm going to think it's because she's ugly and obviously. But if a cute girl approached me, I'm not going to lose respect for her. I'm not gonna be like, oh, like this cute girl approached me first. What a piece of shit. To be honest with you, if that happened to me, because I've seen quite a few girls say like guys think it's a turn off, and I don't know what type of niggas they talking to. But if a cute girl was even when the cashier girl, little slut girl, she was a slut though, literally. Even when she approached me and was coming on to me, bro, I didn't think less of her because she was coming on to me strong. I was flattered. Like, I felt good about it. I was excited. I was like, damn, this is nice. I like this. I wasn't like, what's wrong with her? I think this, because I've seen quite a few girls say shit like this, like guys think less of you and shit like that. But I think that's kind of, like I said earlier, that's girls justifying their strategy, justifying their game, really going the extra mile to justify it when you really don't have to. You don't have to do that. You can just be honest about why you don't want to approach men, you know. I lost my place. Hold up. First play. Okay, I've had friends approach men, and even I used to approach men in the past before I knew any better. And it always felt like I was putting in way more work than the male, and I always felt like I had to beg for his attention. Now, see, this right here, this is why women don't like approaching men. This is one of the main reasons. Say what you want about her, but she's being honest. That's all. She's just being honest. You know, I can sweep the bullshit to the side, but this is really the heart of the matter for a lot of women. I felt like I was always putting in more work than the male, and I always felt like I had to beg for his attention. That's what women don't like. That women, a lot of girls, they don't want to feel like they don't want to feel like they don't have the power in the situation. Even if a girl does approach a guy, he's big alpha Chad, at some point, I guarantee you she's going to try to flip things. At some juncture, she's going to try to gain power in the situation. It's just inevitable. Because nobody's going to want to feel like they're chasing and pursuing all the fucking time. It's just not going to happen. But it's interesting when you look at game from the male perspective. What do guys in the red pill always say? Like, who is it? Alpha male strategies. I think one of the things he always says, keep her chasing your validation. But you see how the two sides work against each other, right? She doesn't want to approach you because she doesn't want to set the tone of her working for your validation. AMS, alpha male strategies, and a lot of guys like him, they understand that. They understand the value of being pursued. And so their strategy is, no, keep that bitch chasing your validation. Keep her in that chase mode. And this woman, from her perspective, she obviously she doesn't want to be in that chase mode. That's why she wants to be in a situation where the guy is pursuing her. So what she's basically expressing is that she wants the power in the situation. The same way someone like AMS, his strategy, keep girls chasing your validation. That's part of the way for the man to keep power in the situation. The men that I approached in the past don't put in nearly as much effort as the men that approach me. And I also find that the males that I had to approach in the past were very passive and feminine. Now that I think about it, I cringe just thinking about how I used to act like that in the past. And I'm just so happy that I know better now. Good Lord. Now, I don't know about that. I don't know about that last part. You got to be like, maybe she got a point about the guy she approached having been feminine. But then what does that say about you? That, like, because obviously you had to see the guy and analyze him a bit. Why are you approaching guys who have a feminine vibe about them in the first place? And so you got to be careful when girls say shit like this, because don't approach anybody's grown ass son. Women try to demean and degrade you, and they'll say some shit like that to insult your masculinity, right? Like, because now, if you're insecure, you'll read this and think, oh, I don't want to be passive and feminine. I better be the masculine man and approach, and it's a man's job. That's all I'm saying. Maybe she just got that unlucky, right? But you got to be careful, because girls, they'll do shit like that, right? They always try to degrade and demean the guys that don't operate in the system that they want you to. But let's continue. So this girl says 100% of the time when I did this in the past, it didn't turn out well for all the reasons OP said. And I never actually knew if they truly liked me. It was a tremendous waste of time. Don't do it. And see, this is interesting because when you think back to the article that I just read previously, what was the insecurity of both the guy and the girl in that situation? You want to be certain that the person likes you. It's an insecure part of it is an insecurity thing. When you have to approach somebody, there's an ugly truth underneath that. And that is this. You like them so much, you had to say something. But they were willing to let you walk by. You can never forget that. That speaks volumes to the dynamics of your relationship. You had to say something. It's my job. It's my obligation. It's my responsibility. What else am I put on this earth for other than to approach this young, lovely lady? Her, on the other hand, well, I can take it or leave it. I don't need it, man. I got, shit, my phone blowing up right now. Man, I still got Chad semen in my lips, in my hair. I think I got all that. Like, she still got Chad semen in her fucking hair, her braids. And here you are. It's my job. It's my God-given right. But my point is, though, bro. My point is, it does say a lot. And that's why, like she said, I never actually knew if they liked me. And see, I know I beat this dead horse down so much because it's really like the only time I ever got properly approached. But I remember when that cashier girl approached me, how I felt. I never forgot how I felt. And this is why I understand why, like, it made me really understand why girls don't want to approach guys. Because when she approached me like that, I was flattered. She wasn't really my type like that, but she was fuckable. I'll put it like that. She was fuckable. She was like barely fuckable. But I was so aloof with her because I really did not care. I mean, I wasn't even gonna do anything anyway because she was fuck with one of my friends. Even after they broke up, I didn't do anything, right? But I remember that feeling of just not caring. And not only that, it was like, it was okay to just be me. And that's what felt so good about it. That's what's so dangerous about approaching a man. You're letting him know it's okay to just be you. You ain't got to do too much work. You ain't got to, because I like you. Like, it's such an expression of interest. It shows that you have a high interest in this guy. And that's what's so dangerous about it. Because it's like, you don't put him in that mode of feeling like he has to work and earn your love and your pussy. He has it. You gave it to him. And so, and like I said, there's nothing wrong with that because girls enjoy that all the time. Girls, so like, I'm just saying, I understand why girls don't want to deal with that. But I think what people have to understand is that guys don't want to deal with that shit either. And there's nothing wrong with it. It's just a matter of, look, you settle for what you settle for. If you settle for approaching a woman first and working and slaving for the pussy, then that's what you get. If a woman settles for approaching a man and working and slaving for the dick, then that's what you get. Right now, of course, it's not that simple. Power dynamics can change throughout the course of a relationship. The woman could approach and have a high interest in the guy, get pregnant, completely flip the script. I got your baby, nigga. This my kid. You want to see your kid? Fuck you, nigga. Child support. So don't think approaching is not the end all be all the power. A man could approach a woman and flip the script. Just going back to alpha male strategies, AMS. I remember one of the things he would always tell guys, he would say, look, go ahead and approach a woman, go ahead, make the masculine approach and do all that, play the game, right? But then you pull back. He would always preach about the pullback. He would always say, you go ahead, code approach, choosing signal, whatever. Get it rolling, get things going, right? Go ahead, pursue, chase, play the game, date, pay for the date, do all that. But at some point, pull back and see what she do, right? And see, that's one of the ways guys can kind of reclaim the power in their relationship. I'm kind of going off base a little bit, but I just want to finish this point for guys who don't understand, because I don't want to make it seem like, oh, you approach her and that's it. You never have the power. It don't really work like that, because you got to understand, women are not these demonic evil creatures that are just constantly fighting for power in their relationship. Because what can happen is this. Sometimes you have girls who they play these games, and they have these rules, but at the same time, they don't want to be a slut. They don't want to be a hoe, and sometimes they just really like you. And so yeah, you approached, you chased, you pursued, and you develop an attachment to her. She developed an attachment to you, but you pull back, and she still has that attachment. And it's like, what does she do? Right now, if she's super game savvy, she'll pull back too, and it'll fizzle out. But if the attachment is strong enough, she'll now the roles are reversed. She's pursuing you. That's the whole mythology. That's the whole mythology. Is that the right word? Mythology of the pullback strategy as AMS described it. Right. You go ahead and let the woman let her have the initial power. You play the game. And then until she develops an attachment, then you pull back. And if she pursues, that means that she developed an attachment, and now you can have the power. If she doesn't pursue, she never developed an attachment, or she's too game savvy, you gotta let it go. But yeah, and then under her, somebody said, I think it's the OP says, yeah, men don't think like us. I feel like a lot of men would take what they can get because it's better than nothing. So you'll never actually know if they even like you at all, or if they're just using you to pass time. And again, that's absolutely true. But this is the same insecurity that a lot of guys got to deal with. We don't like that uncertainty. We don't know if the part of the reason why you see so many guys like going their own way and shit and turning to the red pill is because of uncertainty. Guys are so afraid of making a high investment in a girl that isn't really that isn't going to reciprocate that level of investment. So this person says only lazy and insecure men want women to approach them, and even then they only want that so they can get laid easier. They won't respect or pine for the woman that does the chasing because it is so against everything we've been socialized to believe. Key there, socialized to believe. That's important. That's just like I've been saying though, we're programmed. We're taught to think a certain way. Whether it's fair or unfair, sexist or not really the point. You can pretend these traditions and norms don't exist even though they're universal, but no one would play along with you. Not even the men who only stand to gain from being pursued by women. Any man, regardless of age, level of progressiveness, ethnicity, religion, how he looks, how much he makes, what he does, will perceive a woman who approaches men first as defective, low quality, desperate, easy, insecure, unfeminine, attention-seeking, pathetic, etc. Now, see, I think this is a big stretch. This, and I think this right here is just like what I said. This is justifying your strategy. This, in fact, I would say it is needlessly justifying your strategy by bringing up bullshit. Guys, look, it's based on how attractive you are. If you're cute and you approach a guy, he's not gonna think you're low quality. He's not gonna think you're not feminine, attention-seeking, pathetic. I mean, come on. I think if anything, she's projecting how she would feel in that situation. But guys don't feel that. Now, they might think you're easy. Look, I'll give you that. They might think you're easy, right? But again, all you got to do is flip the script. When a man approaches a woman, oh, he thirsty, he dusty, he girl, he goofy. Same shit. But it's okay. It's okay for us to be that. It's okay for us to be the goofy, desperate, thirsty ass nigga. But you don't want to be the unfeminine, attention speaking, but that always flip it and you see the bullshit. They would think he's not a quality catch because she's sure as hell not behaving like one. There is nothing empowering about auditioning for male attention. Think of the investors on the Shark Tank. Who has the power? The person pitching or the person being pitched to? Your yes or no changes the course of their plans. Who has the power? And see, this is what I'm saying. All that shit about low quality, desperate, easy, that's her justifying her strategy. She's trying to make it a moral thing. I have no choice. I have no choice. Men won't respect me. Bullshit. But what's good about FDS is that they get to the meat of it. If you look for it. It's bullshit here too, because sometimes women can't help but do these little things that I talk about. You know, again, trying to justify their strategies and games unnecessarily instead of just keeping it a buck, right? Look, I'll tell you straight up, I'm not going to play games about mine. If I'm in a relationship, I gotta have the power. Ain't no 50-50 with me. I'd rather die a virgin than be in a 50-50 no power situation with I'm not. Look, where's the bullshit? Ain't no bull, because I'm being 100. Ain't no 50-50 with this nigga. Ain't no, I got to have the power. I have to control the ship. I got to run the space. Ain't no way. It's not happening with me. Now, you can like what I'm saying or not, but you can't tell me I'm bullshitting, because I'm not. And see, this is the problem when girls express themselves. They won't just be honest. They sprinkle the bullshit up there. Oh, I'll be unfeminine, pathetic. No, you want the power, but you got to look for it. Who has the power? That's what it's all about, bro. She just want the power. She want the power. She want to be the one that you're proving yourself to her. Until she meets the alpha male, then it's like, okay, I gotta shoot my shot now. Okay. So this person says, okay, let me just say this is a warning to any woman reading this. Never approach a man. It does not work out ever. He's going to always expect that you make the first move and that you pull the weight in their relationship. Once you have approached the man, you're letting him know that he is the prize. Saying this from experience, it just never works out. If a man wants you, he will approach you first. I gotta say it every time. If a woman wants you, so you're not approaching him, what does that mean? You don't want him. You'll settle based on what he's willing to invest, based on what he's willing to sacrifice, based on what he's willing to provide, based on him being your little dude boy. But what does you not approaching him say? Does it not mean anything? I've had the most shy, awkward men approach me, even if it took a little time. Trust me on this. If he wanted to, he would. If she wanted to, she would. I'm just throwing it out there. Yes, you basically have to wear the pants in the relationship while he... And look at what they're doing. You basically have to wear the pants in a relationship while he acts like a princess. They're trying to emasculate you. They're trying to shame you, right? It's not about you not wearing the pants. It's not about you acting like a prince. It's about power. When she's pursuing you and she has to prove herself, she don't like that. So she wants to have the power in the situation. Now, but especially look at what the first girl says. Once you have approached the man, you're letting him know that he is the prize. Gentlemen, this is why I don't date. This is why I don't date. And I have nothing against these women. I do wish they would kind of leave out the bullshit and just get to the meat of it. But, you know, you got to appreciate what we get out of this. So I'm not going to go there right now. But this is why I don't date, because this is just it's the ego. It's the ego of men. It's the ego of women. And I'm not exempt, because I just told you I want the power. I got ahead of it, right? I just went on my whole rant, but I didn't bullshit about it. I just let it be known. But this is why I don't concern myself with actually trying to date. You know, I like women. I like observing the dating game. I think it's entertaining, it's interesting, it's fascinating. In a way, I think it's a way for me to scratch my own itch by just like I can't play, so I observe, right? Or rather, I don't want to play. And I can't play at the level that I would want to if I had to, right? So I really observe the game. But this is really it, though. This is what's really going in the minds of so many women nowadays, bro. It's just this whole who the prize and I'm the prize and he the peasant. This is what people are really thinking, dog. Like, dating has just gotten so fucking toxic. Like, that's just what it is. It's toxic. I'm toxic too. But it's like, I can't hate these women. And the same way, I'm not mad at myself, because it's like, we've just adapted to a fucked up situation. We don't trust each other. And so everybody's trying to have the power because nobody trusts each other. I don't trust women. Women wouldn't trust me. And so everybody's playing these fucking games. And it's like, I'd rather just not even, if I can't have that ideal situation where I somehow just have the power in this bitch, the power in this bitch, then I'd rather just not even play. Because otherwise, you're at the mercy of this woman. And I can't have that. I can't have that. Very well said. I've heard it firsthand from the horse's mouth. Men generally don't respect women who approach them first. In their minds, women are prizes to be won. Now, I don't know about the guys she talked to, but I've looked into this topic quite a bit. And look, you got different anecdotes, different personal experiences. But most of the stories that I've heard from guys who got approached first, they appreciated it. It led to a longer, a longer, healthier relationship. But that's just the anecdotes that I read from guys. I'm not trying to like just shoot down what she's saying here. Because if she heard it, then she heard it. But I'm just putting it out there that I've heard the complete opposite from guys as well. Like, especially when you look at the guys who kind of like really begging for women to finally nut up and approach men. So obviously this isn't the opinion of all men. I think part of it is biological, honestly. The other part is conditioning. Yeah. For most men, they believe and have been conditioned that getting a high quality woman shouldn't be easy. After all, getting that prestigious degree or high paying job wasn't easy, was it? Thus, if a woman approaches them and expresses interest first, they feel like there's something wrong with her. Do other men not want her? What's the catch? As a result, while men may humor women who approach or express interest first, the men end up not trying as hard to keep her because they didn't have to try to get her in the first place. Now, this part in particular is interesting because there's some truth in what she said at first, right? If a woman approaches them first, okay, they feel like something is wrong with her. No. Do other men not want her? No. What's the catch? Yes. That's what men think. If there's ever a situation, especially if she's cute, where's the hidden cameras? But I think this is obvious that this is coming from a woman who doesn't really understand guys. And the reason why we feel that way is because it's so rare. We're not used to it. women are used to being approached all the time, so they don't have this, oh, what's the catch and this and that, right? Because it's normal for them. Most of the apprehension that men have towards women approaching them, in my opinion, is based on how rare and unlikely it is for it to happen. So when it happens, it's like, wait a minute, what the fuck? Right? Cause yeah, cashier girl hitting on me, right? That's how I felt. Like, wait, what? Well, you know what? I gotta be honest though. I gotta be honest. I gotta be perfectly honest here. I wasn't too surprised by it because I'm pretty fucking awesome. I gotta be like based on her attractiveness level, I wasn't that like I put it like that. Based on her attractiveness level, I wasn't really surprised. If she was cute, I would have been like, okay, I'm about to get set up. Somebody about to set me up to get shot and killed. But because she was so average and almost below average, I was like, okay, this makes sense. Look, my self-esteem isn't that low. Like, I know I do a lot of like self-deprecating humor and all that, and I think I get too caught up in it too sometimes. I'm going too far. I'm going too far down that road. Let me just stop real quick because I was about to kind of bullshit a little bit. When the cashier girl hit on me, honestly, I was kind of like, well, okay, all right, this makes sense. Because she wasn't that attractive. Like, she was fuckable, but she wasn't that attractive. But if she was a bad bitch or something, like the other cashier girl that I thought was really hitting on me, but wasn't really sure, because she was quite a bit more attractive. When that was happening, that's when I felt more like, okay, nah, it's no way, because I felt like she was out of my league. But I'm just saying, I think that what guys feel more than anything is like, what's the catch? But look at what she says though. The men end up not trying as hard to keep her because they didn't have to try to get her in the first place. I mean, when I read stuff like this, it's just like, it makes me sad. Honestly, reading stuff like this just makes me sad, you know, because it just seems like it's so obvious. I'm not trying to shame her or anything like that, but it's sad to me that power imbalances in relationships can be so bad and detrimental that we go to the extreme to achieve the opposite. She doesn't want to be the one trying hard to keep him, but she wants him to be the one trying hard to keep her. And am I any different? Am I really different? Not by a stretch. Well, my thing is, and I can only speculate because I'm not dating, but I don't think I really think to the extreme that they do. Like it's like specifically like, okay, like I don't think like I'm the prize. Like I don't like, that's not, don't get it twisted. Like my mindset isn't I'm the prize, she's a lump of shit on the ground, right? My perspective is simply this, just so you guys understand me. I'm happy. I'm happy. I like my life. I don't want my life fucked up. And so I'm not gonna let anybody fuck up my shit easy or over some bullshit. I'm not fucking my life up over some pussy or some sex. Fuck, like that's where my ego is coming from. Cause I'm happy, motherfucker. And I like being happy. I like my space being peaceful. I like my space being under my control. And that's where my need for power comes from. It's not to dominate, it's to protect my happiness. It's more of a defensive thing. And that's all I want. That's all I want understood. I'm not one of these I'm the prize motherfucker. Look at what she says going down though. It's frustrating, of course, because why shouldn't women be the ones confident enough to spot what they want and approach first? But I've seen and heard the situation play out way too many times that I never approach men first, and honestly haven't had the desire to in a long time. Honestly, we are the prize. So men should be trying harder to woo, impress, and keep us. The egg don't chase the sperm. Look, last time I checked, ain't no goddamn sperm. If I'm a sperm, we all sperm. Wait a minute. That's kind of stupid when you think about it, because everybody was a sperm, male or female. I don't know. Oh God. Again, anything to justify the strategies of the game, whatever. But look at what she said though. Honestly, we are the prize. So men should be trying. Oh, God damn, you know. Oh God. Oh God. And see, but that's all I'm trying to say though. Like, that's the difference between how I think about it and how some of these girls think about it. Their mindset is, I'm the prize. You need to be trying to woo. I'm not looking at it from that. My perspective is, no, I don't give a fuck if I'm the prize or not. What I am is happy. I'm happy. And I'm not letting you fuck that up because you have a vagina. My whole strategy that I would implement dealing with women is not about some ego, I'm the prize type shit. You know, I'm not saying ego isn't involved. We all got an ego about this shit for the most part. But for me, it's more about protecting my happiness. It's not about, oh, I'm the prize and you got to work for this dick, bitch. It's, oh, I'm happy. So if you're going to fuck with me, you got to come correct. You can't do nothing that's going to fuck up my peace. If that's the case, we're not compatible. So this girl says something many women neglect is the fact that men keep to the initial dynamic of a relationship into the most low effort state. If that's how it began, if you start by pursuing a man, you'll always be the one pursuing and carrying the relationship on your shoulder. The same goes for abusive dynamics or cheaters. They won't change. God, I swear, man, this FDS hits. When it hits, it hits. Like, she hit this shit on it. She hit the nail on the head. Now, the only thing I'll say about this though is that it's not concrete. Like AMS said, you can initiate, approach, and all that, but pull back. But if you're dealing with a girl who has rock solid rules and understands the game, she's not going to chase you because you pull back. A smart game savvy girl is not going to chase you just because you pull back. She will only chase you if you demonstrated yourself as being so alpha or successful or attractive that she would break the rule. Again, breaking rules for the alpha, making rules for the beta. That's really the only way that would work. But what she's saying here has a lot of truth to it. The initial dynamic of a relationship is very important, because if the man is able to get you in a low effort state, it's going to be hard to get him to rev up to a high effort state to maintain it. I remember there was a red pill dating coach named his channel was the Real Man's channel, Player Supreme. He died of like lung issues years ago. But he was kind of famous for doing like a breakdown in one of Kent's videos. But I remember one thing he used to always say was, how you start is how you finish. And it's just funny because when girls say stuff like this, it kind of proves my point that, again, this is all just a game. Because really, Player Supreme used to say the same shit, but from the male perspective. The way you begin is how you finish. And that's exactly what she's talking about. As a woman, you don't want to approach a man because you're giving him access with low effort. As a man, you don't want to end up in a situation where you got to give high effort for simple access. That's just the game. Now, of course, some guys they'll do that. They'll go the traditional route, and I'll move mountains for the pussy, right? And if it works for you, that's cool. But this is how a lot of guys end up in bad situations. This is how a lot of guys end up being manipulated and used in relationships with women. And that's why a lot of the game that we're seeing now in regards to men has been popping up all over the internet and in different circles and shit like that. But it's just funny to me when you look at game from the female perspective, how it ties into the rules and the games that the rules and the game that men play. Okay, so I'm gonna end it right there. We've been going on long enough. I had more like anecdotes like and shit like that, but I just it's been a long one. I'm gonna go ahead and draw the line there. But in conclusion, I said this on the Night Walk vlog, and I have to say it again. I don't want to discourage guys from approaching women or anything like that. The simple truth is, I don't have any issue with women choosing not to approach men. Like I couldn't care less about these little games that's going on between us. It doesn't bother me. And if anything, I'll say this, women have more reason not to approach men than they have to approach a man. And I think reality reflects that. It takes a special kind of man to get a woman to approach him, especially an attractive woman. But my whole point of wanting to talk about this is simple, man. And it's that when you say bullshit like it's a man's job to approach a woman, you gotta pursue, you gotta chase, you gotta prove, and this and that, you're undermining the value of men. That's the biggest crime of all this bullshit, is that we've undermined the value of being a successful, strong, attractive, capable, high value man. And when you look at these men and the way women, beautiful, attractive, sexy women, make fools of themselves just to have a chance with these men, it shows you the value of that. I'm not saying that I'm that guy. I'm not that guy. And more than likely, you're not that guy. But those men exist just as much as the cute girl that we like, that we would have to approach if we wanted a chance. There are men out there with such immense value to the world, to the people around them, to their communities, that women see them and say, I have to take a chance. I have to shoot my shot because he's that damn valuable. He's that damn attractive. He's that damn successful. And so that's the worst thing about this whole it's a man's job to approach women, because it completely shits on our value as men. Even me, a scrub ass bum nigga living at his mama's house, I've had girls approach me before. I've had girls come on to me strong. Now they weren't my type. But again, it's the value system, right? I'm a low value man in terms of sexual market value. I can admit that. I'm okay with that. That's fine. So if a girl approaches me, more than likely she's gonna be shit tier. I mean, let's just be real. Oh God, man. Oh, I got some stories, man. I got some stories. I throw that cashier girl one around a lot because she was actually all right, but it was some worse ones, dog. Like, that was probably the one time the girl was fuckable and came on to me that strong. Every other time, no. But I'm dusty. But you know what? I'm also fucking awesome. I'm an awesome, cool ass guy. I'm in good shape. I'm handsome. I'm unique. I'm mysterious. That's what she said. I have value. I'm not high value in terms of what's generally considered high value. I get it. I'm not just, right? But I have value. And the girls who approached me, they saw something in me. They saw something. Their instincts, survival, their instincts said, I gotta associate myself with this nigga. I don't know what it is, but I like this nigga. And he ain't paying me no mind. I got right? See, very rarely I've experienced what some of the guys I'm talking about have experienced. These famous guys, attractive guys, whatever. It's just that I got what was on my level, right? Ugly, fat, gorilla looking bitches. That's what I managed to attract. If I was more successful, more attractive, high value, I would have probably attracted, better quality and more quantity of women. But all I'm saying is this, the worst thing about this saying is that it shits on us as guys. It like guys say it like it's cool, but it's fucking not. You're shitting on men when you say stuff like that. Because you're completely ignoring the irresistible, the undeniable, the must-have magnetic force of a man. When a woman sees a man and feels like I have to be in his orbit, I have to fuck with this nigga. You completely ignore that. You completely ignore the power that we have as men. What we have that women want. It's not just what they have. Pussy is not the most valuable thing in the goddamn universe. We have value too. And that's the most important thing about destroying this bullshit. It's bullshit. It's beta bullshit. What's that I forgot that guy. What it? Give me 1 second, because this is my last point, because it perfectly illustrates what the fuck I'm talking about. Let me see. Is it no? What is it? Let's see. Okay. Plato's cave. That's what this shit is. It's Plato's cave. If you don't know what Plato's cave is, it's an allegory. All right, here's a brief description. The allegory of the cave focuses on how our ideas and perception differs from what is the actual reality of life. It compares human knowledge to their ideas and beliefs and how someone different is treated. And so if you don't know, like, I kind of forgot the exacts of the story, but Plato's cave is basically like, the idea is these guys who are stuck in a cave. And so their perception of reality is based on their limited experience inside of their cave, right? And so the point is, and how this connects to this topic, again, going back to what Rollo and Richard Cooper said, women make rules for betas and break them for alphas. This whole idea of it being a man's job to approach women is the same as The motherfucker stuck in that cave, in Plato's cave, who can't see reality because they're stuck in the cave. You have to understand, we see life from the beta perspective. But when you look at it from the alpha perspective, you see a completely different game. And so now all of a sudden, you don't see alphas, it's a man's job. What you say? Come on now. We heard a damn rapper, basketball player say it's a man's job to get the fuck out of here. You don't hear them say that shit because they know it's bullshit. Get out of the cave, man. Get out of the cave. Look at reality for what it is. Look at the big picture. I hope you guys enjoyed that main topic, and we'll be moving on to comments soon. So, very next. So stay tuned. All right, so it's almost time for me to get out of here. So before that, we got to do comments. So let's get right into it. This tea starting to taste like warm piss. Okay, so Oshiri222 says on the Tricks Are Us episode of the Botcast. Tricks Are Us. Hold up. Oh, I see. Okay. I just want to say before I start the video, all men pay for sex in one way or another. Think of sex as a good. Some men pay for sex with their genetics, aka looks and height. Some men pay for sex by buying a girl food, beta bucks. And other men pay for sex using money for hookers. The problem with trying to use your genetics is that if you aren't very good looking, you have to put in considerable time and effort into talking to women, working out, grooming, being neurotypical, etc. It's why I don't mind paying for sex, but I'm broke at the minute. You know, I see a lot of guys throwing that around. All men pay for sex. All men pay for sex. I think there's truth in that. But at the same time, I think that it's it's not wise, and it's silly to try to oversimplify it like that, because it's really not that simple. And let me just put it to you like this. Let's say, and just as an example, right? Let's say, the PS5 came out, and they can be kind of difficult to get, the different price ranges from $500 to $1,000. I see all kind of shit. But let's say, again, just using the PlayStation 5 as an example, right? Now, let's say all men pay for PlayStation 5, right? All men pay for PlayStation 5. But let's say John, he was able to get his for $250. Right? He got his for $250. Billy got his for $500. Chad got his for $1,000. Okay? Now they all paid for it, but who would you rather be? Who would you rather be? I forgot the name of I forgot the names of them already, but the one who paid $250, right? And see, that's the problem when guys try to throw that around. All men pay for sex, all men pay for sex. Sure, if you want to believe that, sure. But all men don't pay the same. All men don't pay the exact same. And so if you're going to use that to justify paying for sex, I don't think that's smart. If you're going to pay for it, still be conscientious of what you're paying. Cause I get it. The whole all men pay for sex is like a clap back from guys tricking. Cause basically guys paying for sex, they got tired of being seen old lame tricks. And so they clap back by saying, look, I pay. So everybody pay. Like it's that kind of thing. We're all paying. So you can't pick on me. That's what it is. I mean, let's be real. Now there's some truth in it. Don't get me wrong. Right? Cause in a lot of ways, you could be better off paying for sex up front than a guy who's in a relationship slaving for the pussy. So I'm not one to down tricking. I don't do it. I don't fuck with that shit. But for me, it's more of a principle thing. But more specific, just the whole all men pay for sex. Again, I get it. But what I'm saying is it's a oversimplification of a complex situation, you know, because even if all men pay, all men ain't paying the same, right? And let's be real about the game. The game is guys trying to get the sex for the least amount of cost. You might not pay absolutely nothing, but you want to still pay the least that you can get. If you can get a PS5 for $250, then you're not gonna brag about paying $1,200. You want to be the nigga that got it for $250. And so if all men pay for sex is the conversation, then fuck it, let's lay that out and then start talking about how much you paying for it and then go from there. So this is old. He said when I posted which game I should do for the streaming, Bloodborne or World War III. Wait. Oh yeah, which game? Yeah. What the fuck? What? Bloodborne? You got to do the DLC. It's an obligation. Okay, but basically, yeah. I've been playing Bloodborne for the past it's been like a month plus, a month and some change. I kind of took a break because Evil Dead came out and I've been playing the fuck out of that, but I just started playing Bloodborne again. But after I finish Bloodborne, I'm gonna do another post like that, and it's gonna be Persona versus, I don't know, might be Cyberpunk, or I don't know. I'll keep it a secret. But yeah, Bloodborne Adventures continues. So Cflim says, appreciate the feedback. This on the Tricks for Us Botcast. Last month, I started to remake Skylight and found my voice while recording the bridge. I'll hopefully finish it and drop it by the end of the week. Flim, you went in, bro. I'm glad you felt that way, Rap Shout, because I've been giving Flim some harsh criticism. But that's just because I'm like the sensei, so I'm never gonna be satisfied. I'm gonna always, it's my job to be harsh, because I want you guys to be the best you can possibly can be. So, what a story mark says on Joe Rogan bends the knee from the OCM BC episode 27. It's crazy how people give words so much power. Think about if Trump said nigger, there would have been a civil war with thousands of casualties over a word. Yeah. And it's just like what Patrice O'Neal said on the Opie and Anthony show years like before he died, man. Rest in peace. What the fuck happened to context? Context. Like, God, Joe Rogan is obviously not a racist. But people don't care about the context of what he said and why he was saying it. It's just that he said it, and then they run with it. So Humongous says on the Starvana beat, this dimensional plane we currently reside in was a test that failed miserably due to immense degenerate acts and crimes against humanity, and it will soon come to an end. All wicked souls erased or purged, and the purest souls get to live on and try again in the higher dimensional. Dude, what the hell? That's random as hell. But I appreciate that post, Humongous. I can't even go that deep right now. So A says on the pros and cons of tricking, bro, K-On getting bitches? What does tricking mean? Why are you talking about this? K-On, is this a popular topic? What? Lurk more. Yeah, he obviously just didn't know what the hell I was doing there. So Humongous says on the Chiron 2 beat, going to single-handedly boost view counts for this and Starvana beat. Don't mind me, Chad. Without weed, I'm an insomniac and I need music to keep my frequency high so I don't dopamine crash. Oh, I appreciate this so much. I need that AdSense money. We broke out here. So Rap Shout said on the Nightwalk vlog, episode 18, the most important thing, thoughts about self-mastery. In my life, it makes me think about how I learned to drive when I was 17 and never got a car. 20 now, I am thinking of getting a car and practicing how to drive the same way that you did, driving around the block a couple times. Yeah, I've been driving for like 6 months now. And you know what's funny? Every accident that I had was in the yard. Like trying to park. Like one time, I backed into like the posts. One of the posts. That's oh God, how do you describe it? It's like this post thing that's like holding up a part, not the roof, but. I don't want to make it sound bad because it wasn't a big deal, but there's like a post in my yard in front of the house, and I backed into it and it had moved a bit, and so I had to kick it back in place. And I had shifted the bumper the front bumper out of place too when I was backing up in my yard, and the bumper I was close to a tree and the bumper was by the tree. And so when I hit reverse, it like pushed the bumper out a little bit and had to push it back in place. And it's still kind of off a little bit. But other than that, I've done quite well driving. I haven't gotten in a car accident yet or nothing like that. I've made little mistakes here and there, but that's to be expected. But so far, so good. But yeah, I think the biggest lesson out of everything that I've done as far as like learning how to drive is just how to take those baby steps. Like you said, practicing how to drive, driving around the block. Like it's crazy when I think back to it, because now it's getting to that point where I'm able to just kind of get up and drive different places and I'm more comfortable with it. It's still kind of surreal, but I'm much more comfortable like taking like longer trips, like way uptown and shit like that. And it's at the point now, like I'm driving my mom around. Like one time I drove her to Walmart and shit like that. So it's kind of funny. Yeah, just thinking about how I start, but really baby steps. It was baby steps. Like just, God, I remember just simply like turning the car on and off, and then playing with the different buttons, seeing what the buttons do, and then reversing and going forward, all in the yard. And then finally one night I backed out of the yard and then drove around the block and then did it. And that's how I started. And then it started with just driving around the block like 4 or 5 in the morning. And then I would go out further, 4 or 5 in the morning, driving around the neighborhood. And then started driving to the store. Then started driving to work. And that's kind of how I worked myself up to it. But it's really about just baby steps, man. And even before all that, watching videos on YouTube of like, you know, different do's and don'ts of driving, the rules of the road, the unwritten rules and shit like that. Like I took it like so seriously. And I think in anything in life, as far as like self-mastery, like that's how you got to approach it. You got to really take it seriously and take it one step at a time. So, Flim says on the same video, so you want to improve yourself in a variety of aspects and acquire the self-discipline necessary to do so efficiently. I understand the underlying thoughts and feelings behind his attitude, but it doesn't really sound like you have much direction. What humans really want in life is purpose. Self-improvement in of itself is pointless beyond a sliver of personal satisfaction. Yeah, you can and should improve your fitness, music production, communication, reading skills, etc. However, what is it all for? How would it impact your surroundings? Would it matter if you were to pass away 2 years from now? I think what you're really looking for is a mission or directive, something to achieve, not just for the sake of being able to say you're a master, but to have some sort of broader impact. I think those two things are connected, but my point is this: my direction doesn't matter if I don't have self-mastery. That's the point. Self-mastery is the core of it all. You can't impact your surroundings if you're not efficient at what you do. Everything begins with self-mastery. If I am to make an impact, if I am to have a direction, if I am to have a purpose, I need self-mastery to see it through. That's why self-mastery is most important. Purpose without self-mastery is a failed purpose. You will simply fail. Everything starts with self-mastery. If you don't have it, you will fail. If Goku doesn't train day in and day out, he doesn't defeat Frieza. He doesn't defeat Vegeta. He doesn't defeat Cell. Self-mastery is where everything begins. Of course, it's connected to, obviously it's connected to purpose. Like, you master things for the sake of an end, right? You master training to fight, to fight somebody. If you're a boxer or whatever, you're training to fight Canelo or Charlo or Tyson, whatever the fuck. But you lose that fight if you don't have self-mastery. It all starts with self-mastery. Think like this: a soldier doesn't improve his fighting capability for the sake of becoming a better combatant in and of itself. He does so in order to prepare for his purpose, which is the defense of his nation. But again, you don't defend the nation without any self-mastery. And then on top of that, there's also this: sometimes your purpose doesn't always reveal itself like you're in some type of movie. It's not like, oh man, right now I know my grand supreme purpose in life. You got to get moving. You got to go through some things. And one thing about self-mastery is that it forces you to live. It forces you to get outside of your comfort zone. So you experience things, you see things, and then from there, maybe you'll have a greater sense of what your purpose is. But like I said, everything starts with self-mastery. And Shut Up Act replies and says, I understand where you're coming from, but I don't think the act of refining your skills necessarily needs to culminate in accomplishing some higher act. If that were true, why are hobbies and self-professed lifelong learners a thing? People learn just for the fulfillment of it all, the time without expecting a silver lining. The act itself is self-propelling and can give meaning. It's true that the world urges us to play pick and choose with our activities so that we can make a living. Society might deem everything other than what you do for a living as pointless, transient, pleasure lacking fulfillment, but that is the view of society, not human nature. And he brings up a good point though. I don't think the act of refining your skills necessarily needs to culminate in accomplishing some higher act. And I agree. You know, all the time that I've put into working out, for example, look, it ain't like I haven't knocked somebody out, but all these push-ups, I ain't knocked somebody out. I haven't gotten some big duel with somebody, or like I haven't been in a situation where I really needed all these muscles, right? But training my body, the simple act of consistently training my body has increased my enjoyment of my life. It's made me healthier. It's made me happier. I feel better. And I'm able to interact with the world and people around me more efficiently. So I've benefited from focusing on this particular area, trying to master self-fitness, right? I benefited, and I didn't need some grand goal. I didn't need to fight for the championship belt to work out and shit and do push-ups and shadow box and all that, right? It was fun in of itself, and I reap rewards without some grand purpose behind it, you know? But yeah, thanks for those comments, guys. Tactical Apathy says on the same video, this makes 10 rules for life look like a pile of shit, and it only took 20 minutes. I'm not going to shit on Jordan Peterson. He's an OG, a very wise, older man. I think Jordan Peterson has done a hell of a lot more for young men than I have, but hopefully I can extend my reach to do great things in as far as like helping other people, just like Jordan Peterson has. You know, one thing I want to say about Jordan Peterson, though, I don't like when people try to put him down because of his drug addiction and shit like that. I mean, give the man a break. I think people, because look, I'm gonna be honest. Jordan Peterson kind of has like this underlying arrogance about him, and I think when you have that, people kind of want to see you fail. And I think that Jordan Peterson has this thing about him where it almost like he has this thing where it's like people might perceive him as being a know-it-all. Like this is come on, 10 rules for life right there. Like that's, come on, man. Like it has ego written all over it. Here are the 10 rules for life. And so when you see a guy like that stumble, you know, it's tempting to point and laugh. And I don't agree with everything Jordan Peterson talks about or says or believes, you know, but overall, I think Jordan Peterson is a very awesome man. And I think that he's one of the true solid pillars of manhood and masculinity in our society, in our culture right now. You know, so show him some goddamn respect. Nah, but I get it. I'm awesome as fuck. I appreciate that, Tactical Apathy. And I hope you guys enjoyed that episode of the Botcast. Had a great time doing it. I'm going to go ahead and give you guys a sneak peek. The next episode is going to be fantastic. It's going to be about reading a book. Nah, but seriously, let me grab the book real quick. But seriously, the next episode is going to be about this book I read called The Art of the Samurai by Yamamoto. By Yamamoto Tsunetomo. And there's a lot of great wisdom in this book. And you guys know how much I love wisdom. Oh, I love it. I love wisdom in a book. So I can't wait. We're going to dive into this book, The Art of the Samurai. It's a very good read. It's interesting. It's an easy read because it's broken up into little easy digestible parts. And so I'm just going to talk about, or rather, I'm going to cover like different parts of the book that I thought were kind of inspiring to me and valuable as far as like life lessons and values. So I'm really excited about doing the next episode. Make sure you guys check that out. And with that being said, I'm getting out of here. Johnny.